and commercial services.
This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM Floresville, your new home for the Jim Rome Show. Weekdays at noon.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
How about them Cowboys, huh? They're off to a great start, winners of 2 in a row, and outscoring their opponents 70-10. Cowboys hit the road this Sunday to take on the Cardinals in Arizona. By the way, the Cowboys an early 12.5-point favorite. We have Monday Night Football tonight, 2 games. In fact, the Carolina Panthers host New Orleans. That begins at 6, while the Steelers host the Browns, a game you can hear right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, beginning at 6:30.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
And for the third time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Monday after one hell of an NFL Sunday.
What a Monday it is. Man, what a great weekend of football.
You know, it was
again.
Look, it's football season. Enjoy every minute.
Yep.
Watch as much as you can, because while it's the greatest season, it goes by just like that.
Extremely quickly, that's for sure. But another impressive performance by the Dallas Cowboys. My gosh, that defense, and Micah Parsons. Dude, that guy is just, he's amazing. He's unstoppable. I don't know how else to describe it.
You know, I was at the game yesterday. Every year, and I go to, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 games every year.
Mm-hmm.
Every fan base, oh man, we took over the stadium. It's a destination stadium, has been since Jerry opened up that building. And if you're a season ticket holder, you know, if you sell half of your tickets, you're going for free and probably making a little bit of money. And a lot of people do that. And Cowboy fans or fans of other teams, all right, what's the road game we're going to? Dallas, man, let's go to Jerry World. And fans show out. Yesterday's game, there were Jets fans there, but not near what I was expecting. And look, it's not like there were empty seats anywhere. So I'm wondering if a lot of Cowboy fans held onto their tickets. I mean, with Aaron Rodgers coming, I mean, you would think, but you had a week to sell those if you didn't want them. And again, there were Jets fans there. Don't get me wrong. But yesterday, it was playoff loud inside Jerry World. It felt like playoff games that I've been to. There haven't been many, but it's not like the Cowboy fans sell their tickets to the playoff games. It felt like that at the beginning of that game yesterday.
There's a lot of excitement with the Cowboys, obviously, the way their defense is playing. You know, we're going to get into it, I know, and dissect everything, but there was a brawl between Jet fans and Cowboy fans there at Jerry World. It looked like the video I saw was in the concourse, and I didn't see you anywhere, so I guess you weren't involved in that said brawl, so that's a good thing. But, it seems like that stuff happens more and more. You're seeing these brawls between, you know, visitors come in and wearing their colors and Cowboy fans taking up for their team, and it's like, man, you know, can't we just all get along?
I mean, you're talking smack. You've got testosterone mixing a little alcohol or a lot of alcohol, and you're going to get a fight, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it kind of comes with that territory. And look, at $10, $12 a beer, you know, higher beer prices should prevent, or I think the idea is prevent, you know, overconsumption, but I don't know that it matters there.
I mean, know.
It's one of those things. And everybody has their phone out. I don't know if there's more fights now than there was before, except for now we video it and it will make its rounds on the social medias rather quickly.
But we heard from Greeny last week. Yeah, obviously Jet fans are very frustrated with what has happened to their football team. By the way, just saw a tweet from Adam Schefter. We got some breaking news. According to Adam Schefter, the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes have restructured his contract, giving him $210.6 million between 2023 and 2026, the most money in NFL history over a 4-season span. So Patrick Mahomes redoing his contract and becoming even richer than he was.
Well, and that is not a surprise. I remember talking to Lee Steinberg after Patrick originally signed that 10-year baseball-style deal. And it was designed with outs for both teams along the way and designed where he's always going to be one of the highest paid. And by design, because we talked about this with Lee at the Super Bowl in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Let's let Joe Burrow get signed. Let's get Justin Herbert signed, and then we're going back to the table. We're not going back to the table before some of these other guys get theirs. Joe Burrow sitting at 0-2. All right, yeah, Patrick, let's redo your deal.
All of that is guaranteed, by the way.
Yes.
That money, according to Schefter. So, and they're going to revisit, it looks like, perhaps, and he'll make even more money. Look, as he should. When you talk about guys getting paid, I mean, Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL right now. I don't think anybody argues that. He is. And so if anybody deserves that kind of cash, he does. And he got it.
And while Lee Steinberg is kind of the face of that organization, there's a guy named Chris Cabot who's basically taken over that part of it, and they've rebranded and all that kind of stuff. Chris Cabot is a genius. My guess is Chris did this deal, continues to do this deal. It's pretty incredible, but not a surprise because that's how his contract was originally designed for. And I would imagine now that he's got his done, maybe a long-term deal for, I don't know, Chris Jones can get worked out.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I'm sure the money was moved around in such a way that they've got a little cap space. But, I mean, it's weird because you talk about Mahomes and the Chiefs yesterday in Jacksonville. It wasn't their offense. It was their defense.
Yep.
And I know they missed Chris Jones, but maybe we underestimated the Chiefs' defense a little bit. Mahomes did what he had to do. The defense did the rest. And I'm really kind of surprised. I really thought Jacksonville would show up a little more than they did in that football game and play a little bit better.
You know, all they were able to do was kick a bunch of field goals.
Yeah.
And it seemed to be a trend around the NFL yesterday with, just a bunch of field goals getting kicked. I know it was that way in Dallas. And if there's any bitch about the Dallas Cowboys at 2-0, is that offense, dude, really 5 field goals?
Five field goals,
five field goals?
So out of 30 points, would they have 15? Half of them were because of field goals.
And that Alice, Texas high school math.
How about that? Isn't that something?
You were able to do that pretty
Just
quick.
like that.
Had to look up in your head,
Bam.
think about it for a minute. Let's see. They scored 30 off of field goals that are 3.8.
Half of that is 15?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, you're impressed.
It's that new math.
Wow.
I really am.
Well, I mean, think about that. As good as the Cowboys defense is the offense there yet?
The answer to that is no. Evident yesterday. Although that initial drive, pretty damn special. Let's talk about the Cowboys' blowout win over the New York Jets. We'll talk about it with you. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. You can call or text. You can tweet or X at Joe Reinagle 210, at Jason Minix. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can always comment there. Make sure you subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. Cowboys get the win. Your calls next here on the Blitz. Now, if you're a business owner, a manager, a club leader, and you need your logo on any kind of gear, make sure to get into Sammy's Embroidery and Printing down on San Pedro. If you need caps done, Sam has over 12,000 caps and more than 75 color combinations on display in his showroom, including the popular Richardson 112 style trucker caps. Just waiting for your logo. Go see Sam. If you need t-shirts screen printed, Sam will get you taken care of. Uniforms, he has over 700 uniform lines to choose from. Sammy's Embroidery and Printing. Nobody has better prices. Sam has all the big name brands, and he's the only company in Texas with a one-day turnaround. An order too small, certainly no order too big. Call 210-824-3900, 824-3900, or better yet, go by that massive showroom on San Pedro, a mile inside Loop 410, next to Big Lots across from McDonald's, or check the website, samsembroidery.com for Sammy's Embroidery Club.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Sunday, it's the Cowboys and Cardinals at 2:30 p.m.
Prescott with a quarterback option, running to the right, spilled, head over heels, into the end zone, touchdown Prescott.
Presented by A. Best Bail Bonds, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chunkla, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
And attention, Dallas Cowboy fans. Twin Peaks is giving away epic Cowboys jerseys all season long just for catching a game at one of the 4 San Antonio area locations. Get to Twin Peaks for every Cowboys game for your chance to win. Ask your Twin Peaks girl for more details.
Exergen is the smart choice when selecting a thermometer. As children return to school, keeping them healthy is important. Got a fever? Stay home. To detect fever accurately at home, you need a fast, non-invasive, and clinically accurate thermometer. Exergen provides all of that and is backed by over 100 clinical studies. Accuracy matters. Be smart and safe. Measure temperature accurately with Exergen. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Hey, I love your outfit.
It's Stitch Fix. I'd like to thank my stylist for making me look amazing. She sends looks that work for me and my budget. She gets my fit just right. She turns me on to styles I never would have found on my own. Because of her, because of Stitch Fix, I have time to take care of everything else. They just make everything so easy. So thank you, Stitch Fix. My stylist just gets me, and they'll get you too. Stitch Fix. Take your style quiz today at stitchfix.com.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm personal price plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this message Mateo left.
Jake from State Farm, you should know orange juice commercials make me cry. I feel bad for the oranges.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm personal price plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Woo-hoo! Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Flight by Yingling. It's the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. PG Yingling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Listen up, sports bettors. This is Rudy J here to tell you about my favorite sports book and casino. That's BetUS.com. I only endorse one sports book and casino, and that's BetUS.com. They're celebrating their 30th year sports betting service with a special offer this football season, up to 30 risk-free bets. That's right, 30 risk-free bets. It's called Bet Protect. BetUS offers the industry's biggest 125% sign-up bonus, and there's more. They offer a crypto sign-up bonus and a 250% casino bonus. The game always gets more exciting with a bet. You can take it to another level at BetUS.com. Live in-game betting. Don't wait. Take advantage of their 30th year offer, up to 30 risk-free bets. Get started today by visiting BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BET-US. That's 1-800-692-3887 to learn all about their bonuses and special offers. That's 1-800-MY-BET-US, BetUS.com, the sports book and casino where the game begins.
And back goes Wilson, standing hit sack. Micah Parsons, second of the year, first of the day.
You know, Brad Cham on the Dallas Cowboys radio network with the call. Micah Parsons on that sack of Zach Wilson. Now, my seats are in the end zone, almost like the all-22. You know, Micah spun around, and Micah's one of those defenders you just watch, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're on defense. You're just watching number 11. He spun around and swallowed up Zach Parsons. Looked like if you throw a cricket into my daughter's bearded dragon cage and you watch that bearded dragon just make that cricket disappear.
You know what I don't understand, and I watched that in a lot of the replays when because obviously the cameras are on Micah Parsons as well. The Jets were trying to take care of this guy with one big beefy dude, and it just doesn't work out that way. You can't do it. And I understand if you double team this guy, somebody else has got an opportunity, but how in the world do you just let Micah Parsons live in your backfield all day long?
You know, piss poor game planning. I don't know. I mean, I don't understand the Jets' plan, but I don't know that the Jets got to work their plan because the Dallas Cowboys dictated everything about that game. Now, Joe, you said every day last week, I hope that the Jets win the toss and defer, because the Cowboys typically don't, if they win the toss, say, yeah, we want to receive. They generally don't put their offense out there first. They did yesterday. And Mike McCarthy said that was certainly by design.
Well, it's just like anything. The coin toss is a decision that is part of the, game management, how you feel. The offense, lines up against their defense and vice versa. So we just really wanted to get going today, and that first drive, we put a lot of work in the start of the game, and so we just wanted to try to get out in front was the outlook.
And they did, right? It was a good drive all the way down the field. Nice drive. Jake Ferguson right there for old Dak Prescott.
I mean, you 12 plays, 75 yards. Touchdown. You did exactly what you wanted. You set the tone. The play caller had all the time in the world to work on that opening script, and it was perfection. It was loud in there. Then the defense, you get the early sack. The Jets had trouble getting going, and really hard to, the Cowboys got the lead, which is what they want to do by design, to take the other team out of what they want to do.
Going out there, knowing that we can go get 7 points, we can be successful in our first drive and allow the defense to play with a lead. I mean, just back-to-back weeks now, you see when we get a couple of score lead, how tough it is on the other team, making them more dimensional. Then our guys can go behind as the pass rushers, and just sets up the way that exactly how we want to play. So it's just fitting.
Yeah, it's fitting, but the Jets never let the Cowboys get away. Not in the first half anyway. They didn't let them get away. That defense is still pretty good for the New York Jets. And all you have to look at is the 5 field goals. And, you look at that, and they were stopping drives. They weren't allowing the Cowboys to punch it in.
The idea in the field goals, I mean, what do you say? I mean, I don't think anybody is happy with all of the field goals. But I wonder if Mike McCarthy was cool with that, in the sense of, and I know this is a guy that likes touchdowns. When you look at that Jets defense, which is good, Cowboys did put up a lot of yards on them, but they stayed true to the run game, which is what we kept hearing from Mike McCarthy all offseason. We're going to run the ball. We're going to run the ball. We're going to run the ball. And at the end of the day, 44 rushes for 134 yards. Although they did throw it 38 times. Dak was 31 of 38. But clearly, 5 field goals, They were awful in the red zone.
Play caller was horse. He's got to pick it up. So I mean, I was really proud of the offensive line just with all the changes and so forth. And yeah, I get it. First and goal on the 6-yard line, and the first call they actually lined up. I think the way with Hunter being new and so forth, so there was definitely an alignment that was we weren't expecting. So, but yeah, we definitely want to punch those in.
Well, you're going to have to look because you're not going to be facing Zach Wilson every week. Now they've got Joshua Dobbs next week, Arizona, then Mac Jones from New England after that. But then guess who's coming? San Francisco, Philadelphia. I mean, so it's not going to be that way. And I know the defense is good, but look, the Giants were awful yesterday in the first half. What'd they go? Did they say 6 quarters without scoring a point?
First point of the year didn't come till the third quarter against the Cardinals.
And then you've got Zach Wilson, who I don't think played that bad of a football game overall. I know he had 3 interceptions, but I blame Nathaniel Hackett. How in the world do you not – they ran the football 16 times. 16, that's it.
Like I said, I don't know if the Jets got to get to their plan. I mean, you look at the Jets punt, touchdown, field goal, punt, fumble, punt, interception. Those were their drives. They had the one big play. That's it. They couldn't get anything going against the Dallas Cowboys and, eventually completely went away from the run game. And
I don't know why, because the game was never out of reach.
At 18-10, I'm with you.
I mean, it wasn't. It was 10-7 at one point. And I know the Cowboys went down and scored, but, you've got to run the football. You've got to at least try to run the football on the Cowboys, and the Jets just gave up on that immediately.
Zach Wilson, with a backfield that features Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook and Michael Carter. Not only was Zach Wilson your leading rusher in yards by triple, he also had the most rushing attempts. Now, a lot of that is climbing the pocket, and the pocket, was just wide open so he could take off and run. But he had 5 carries for 36 yards. Breece Hall had 4 carries for 9 yards. Dalvin Cook, who was on my fantasy team, that dude had 4 carries for 7 yards and a fumble. Damn.
I don't get it. And I blame Hackett. I really do. And we know all the problems that he had in Denver. He came in to be Aaron Rodgers' guy.
Yep.
Right? So when Aaron Rodgers is out, he's got to adjust too, because Zach Wilson is not going to put the Jets offense on his back and carry them. He's not. You got to switch that offense up, and he did not do that. Yeah, and you've got 2 great running backs, good running backs. Okay, you got 2 good running backs. You need to use them, or at least try.
And for the Cowboys, offensively, Dak 31 of 38, connected on his first 13 passes, only sacked 1 time, no turnovers. They ran the ball for 134 yards. They dominate time of possession.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing they didn't do was get a bunch of touchdowns, and Aubrey needed the work. Clearly.
Dude, that good's pretty good.
That guy looked all right. I mean.
No. That dude is pretty good. Let's hear it. That dude is pretty good. I'm just sitting there looking.
He got a lot of practice yesterday.
Well, and he made everything. He
did.
So he's pretty good.
What, do you want a medal now?
No, I want you to admit it. That's what I want.
He's done his job to this point. Outside of that missed extra point last week, he's perfect.
Oh, my gosh. The guy is pretty good. The Cowboys knew what they were doing in the long run. You didn't,
look,
because you doubted.
I wanted some
Mr.
competition
Aubrey
in there.
Well, he obviously doesn't need it.
You saw him at training camp. You know damn well you weren't comfortable with what he was doing. He is great at kickoffs. I can tell you that.
Yeah, he is.
And he was good kicking the ball yesterday. What the weird thing is you look at the Cowboys offense, and I know we're nitpicky at this point. CeeDee Lamb was phenomenal yesterday. 11 catches, 143 yards.
Yep.
They didn't have Cooks. Jalen Tolbert, 3 catches, 18 yards, targeted 4 times. Michael Gallup, 1 catch, 3 yards. He was only targeted twice.
Man, that guy, where has he gone?
Milk carton.
No kidding.
I mean, You might see that a trend. I'm a little salty. My fantasy team. I inserted Michael Gallup into my starting lineup this week, figuring, all right.
So I tell you lost this week.
No Cooks. CD's going to get doubled. It's time for Michael Gallup to remember he's Michael Gallup. Apparently, the Cowboys still don't know he's there. Tony Pollard targeted 8 times out of the backfield.
Yeah.
7 catches, 37 yards. But those guys, it's weird when you look at who has scored touchdowns for the Dallas Cowboys this year, because you think about where we are right now. The guys that you would think would be scoring a bunch of touchdowns aren't.
No, they're really not. I was waiting for you to start that list.
Well, you have the special teams touchdown. You have the defensive touchdown. Tony Pollard's got 2. Turpin has a touchdown, and 2 tight ends. Ferguson and Schoonmaker have touchdowns.
Dude, okay. That call on the goal line yesterday with Hendershot. What the hell was that?
Dude,
what the hell was that?
Can we go back to the beginning of Mike McCarthy and the play caller?
Oh my God!
Play caller was horse.
That's it.
Yes,
I mean,
was. I agree with that statement.
Why are you getting cute down there at the goal line?
Punch the ball in.
Well, and did you see that play? I mean, dude, at some point, you got to turn the ball upfield. This isn't a run to the cone at the end. I don't know why he didn't turn it up and try to bowl his way in.
I don't know either. He's a big tight end. He should have. But
well, I don't know.
That play had me scratching my head.
I don't know. Everybody that has Tony Pollard on the fantasy team was mad, and then he had one taken away.
Woo.
Either way you look at it, the Cowboys blow out the Jets 30-10. Good day in the NFL. A lot of close games in the NFL. We'll go around the rest of the league as we continue here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Have you been accused of a crime? Or do you think you're about to be? If you do, look, you need to stay a step ahead of it and hire a great team to take care of your innocence. And that is the LaHood Norton Law Group. In fact, they're made up of former prosecutors turned criminal defense attorneys. They can help you stay a step ahead of the entire legal process. They know both sides of the criminal justice system, and they handle all criminal cases, state or federal. You know, with the LaHood Norton Law Group, you're going to get honest, aggressive, trusting, expert, and fearless representation. I know that because I know Nico LaHood. I've known him for a long time, and that is exactly what he is. The LaHood Norton Law Group offers representation for all criminal allegations, including DWI, aggravated assault, white-collar crimes, weapons charges, drug charges, probation violations, and many other offenses. Look, if you need legal help, you need the LaHood Norton Law Group on your side. Call for a free consultation. The phone number, 210-797-7700. That's 210-797-7700. Look, the sooner you make the call after you've been accused, the better. 210-797-7700 or online at lahoodnorton.com.
It's R&R in the morning.
R&R in the morning. We got a doubleheader Monday night football game. We break down both games and all 4 quarterbacks. And at 7, we'll be joined by Fort Worth Star Telegram's own Clarence Hill Jr.
2 Monday night football games, Clarence Hill and college football. Talking Colorado football with Chad Brown. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Tour a Meritage home to start living the dream of owning a new home. Each Meritage home is built with the energy and money-saving features like spray foam insulation and high-performance air filtration. Check out any of our communities across the San Antonio metro area and find the perfect fit to start a life built better. Go to meritagehomes.com/San Antonio to learn more and to schedule a private or virtual appointment today. That's meritagehomes.com/San Antonio. Actual energy savings and performance may vary. Meritage Homes is an equal housing opportunity builder.
Joe Reinagle here. I want to tell you about something that has completely changed my life. I had vision correction surgery at Parkhurst New Vision. The results are amazing. The readers are a thing of the past. Hey, if you're like me and tired of those glasses, call Parkhurst New Vision at 210-585-2020. They offer a variety of services like vision correction surgery. So call Parkhurst New Vision, 210-585-2020, or get them online at sanantoniolasik.com.
Lots of college teams have school traditions like Gig 'em to get the word out about Quarter Moon Plumbing, AC and Heating. I suggest we institute the following Quarter Moon Yell. Plum 'em!
Plum 'em?
We've got a whole team of fully stocked trucks, and our customers are the best in Texas. I say Quarter Moon, you say Plum 'em. Quarter Moon.
Folks, at Quarter Moon, we have a spirited tradition of solving every home problem imaginable, from plumbing to air conditioning to heating. Call Quarter Moon Plumbing, AC, and Heating day or night, and we'll fix them.
License number M16004, DACLA 000744345E.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Uma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Uma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Uma?
Yep, switching to Uma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Uma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at Uma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
If you get arrested, get out of jail fast by calling AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747 or online mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else. Don't be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you one, make sure you understand the conditions before accepting it. AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They have payment plans. Call 210-225-2121 or mybestbailbonds.com.
License number 149.
It's football season, and the Roof Hub is kicking off their 10-year anniversary party. Over the past decade, the Roof Hub has proven to be the best place to watch a game with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around it. College football, pro football, the games are on at the Roo. Aggie fans, every game will be on with sound. And when you show up at the Roof Hub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Celebrating 10 years, the Roof Hub next to the Angry Elephant, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
Buyers Barricades is proud to provide traffic control, rental, and sales for work zones and events in the San Antonio area and beyond. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more online at buyersbarricades.com. That's buyersbarricades.com. Smokers Paradise, your premium smoke shop. Vaporizers, disposable e-cigarettes, hookah accessories, water pipes, cigars, and more. Now with 15 area locations, including the newest location at South Cross and Highway 37. Visit smokersparadise.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
It's the Awesome Tickets Pro Football Pick'em Challenge on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your shot at $50,000 nationally, while weekly winners locally get a $50 gift card to 5 Oaks Ace Hardware on Thousand Oaks. At the end of the season, locally, the best overall record wins the San Antonio Grand Prize of $1,000 worth of tickets to any event from Awesome Tickets. Sign up today at sasportstar.com. Joe Reinagle, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix. Glad to have you along on this Monday afternoon, recapping a great weekend around the NFL. But let's start planning ahead. Thursday night, San Francisco takes on the New York Giants. You can pregame with us at Cigars International over there on I-10 with our friends from Flight by Yingling.
Love that. I've been over there. I can't wait. I've heard a lot of great things about that place, so I can't wait to get over there.
You've never been to Cigars International?
I have not.
Dude, it's fantastic.
I can't wait to get in there.
It is fantastic. And one of the great things about it is you can smoke cigars inside.
Yeah, I love that.
Rudy J is going to teach us what cigars pair well with the Flight by Yingling, which is going to be good.
That'll be good.
Hey, we're going to a cigar shop. Rudy J, I'll be there.
I'm sure, of course he'll be there.
Absolutely, he'll be there. You're going to want to be there as well, because we're going to have great prizes from Flight by Yingling to give away every hour. And you can also register to win tickets. Now, they're legal stuff. So I can't tell you specifically what game.
Okay.
I can tell you that Flight by Yingling is a sponsor of the State Fair.
Yes.
And every year in October, there's a big football game that's played at the Cotton Bowl.
Right.
And
between two teams that just don't like each other.
no, and they got to cross state lines to get there. The
Right.
stadium's like literally right in between, especially if you like the color burnt orange.
Yes.
We want you to come by and register to try to win these tickets to the big game at the state fair, and you get state fair tickets. If you choose to wear red, we probably won't let you enter.
Well, don't tell us.
Or don't tell us.
Just keep it to yourself.
They don't know how to keep it to themselves.
Well, that's a good point.
That's the problem.
I guess, yeah.
I kid. If you want to try to win tickets to that game, a game I have never actually been to.
Really?
I've never been.
I've been to many of those.
To that game. But yeah, we're going to be registering people to win tickets to that game.
Well, that'll be fun. It makes the day that much more exciting and fun.
So Thursday, put on your calendar now.
Thursday.
To come hang out with us at Cigars International this Thursday with our friends from Flight by Yingling.
Look forward to that.
Cowboys, they improved to 2-0 on the season. They're officially the state champs of New Jersey, New York. They outscored New Jersey, New York 70-10.
That is incredible. We know about the Jets. They're defensively, they're great. Offensively, what are they going to look like with Zach Wilson? And by all accounts, Jason, they're not going to go out and get anybody. They're going to stick with this kid, at least for now. And if he doesn't play, but you can't throw 3 interceptions against anybody's defense.
You can't. And four more takeaways for the Dallas Cowboys. Couple more sacks for the Dallas Cowboys, too, for Micah Parsons. And there could have been more, but the one thing that Zach Wilson does do well is escape the pocket.
Yeah.
He didn't play. He played okay for 3 quarters. In the fourth quarter, just everything fell apart for him. And again, scoreboard watching while you're watching the Cowboys, especially the early games. Man, there were some really good early games yesterday. You got to give the Falcons credit, the way they rallied back and beat the Green Bay Packers 25-24. If you have the Packers plus 1.5, you were feeling pretty good about the end of that game, knowing that, all right, they're going to kick a field goal here. They're going to kick a field goal here. That one worked out pretty well. Atlanta, I don't know. Do you feel like you learned more about the Packers or more about the Falcons in that game?
No, I think the Falcons are pretty good, and I think they're going to have something to say about that division. We're going to see a lot tonight with New Orleans playing Carolina, right? So we're going to find out a lot about both of those teams. Can Carolina hang with New Orleans? So we'll see.
I think New Orleans rolls easy tonight against Carolina.
Then everybody bet Carolina quick.
Did you see the picks this week?
I saw them.
It was 8-2.
That was without the spread. Carolina's a home dog.
Uh-huh.
In fact, both home teams tonight are home dogs.
Yeah, Cleveland and Pittsburgh, which is the game that you can listen to here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Coming up at 6:30, Cleveland and Pittsburgh, Monday Night Football here on 94.1, brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager. The Bills blow out the Raiders. No surprise there, 38-10 in their home opener.
No surprise. You figured Josh Allen was going to come back and have a decent game, and he did. So that was good for Buffalo, but there's still issues with that guy. You talk about a turnover machine, that's him. So, but Buffalo, yeah.
And then I look at Ravens beating the Bengals. Bengals now 0-2.
And apparently, Joe Cool there, his ankles or his calf is still bothering him.
At least they scored points this week.
They did.
27-24. In one of the, more interesting games, Seattle and Detroit end up going to overtime.
Yeah.
The Seahawks get the win 37-31. Wild back and forth game. So Seattle gets blown out at home by the Rams in their first game, and they come back and get a road win against the Lions team that, and everybody's going to lose games, but I was surprised that Seattle was able to come back and get that win on the road based on what we saw a week ago.
It's so hard to tell right now. I mean, with the exception of the Cowboys, the 49ers, maybe you could throw Philadelphia in that mix. It's hard to tell who's going to step up, who's the team. Because San Francisco, while they won the game yesterday, I don't think they would tell you it was their best. And how good are the Rams?
No, we'll see. Although one of the funnier moments of the NFL Sunday happened in the Seattle-Detroit game, courtesy of their referee.
Intentional grounding, offense number 7. I'm talking to America here, excuse me. 10-yard penalty and a loss of down, second down.
That is the best line I've ever heard, Adam Official. We'll get to the penalty in a minute. He just told Geno Smith, I'm talking to America. Pete Carroll is livid.
Well, he wasn't pressured. It shouldn't be grounding, right?
Yeah, and it was clearly.
Come on, Ralph, don't do
not
that. No, I'm talking to America right now. Shut up, Gino.
I thought that was
my
awesome.
camera time. Get out of the way.
Well, and I don't know if you remember. You're probably not old enough to remember. I'll never forget. And I can't remember the referee's name, where he was describing a penalty, and he said he was under there giving him the business.
I remember that.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Well, what's the penalty for? Can't really say that because I'm talking to America, but I'll give you a pretty good idea.
Yeah, Geno Smith wasn't happy, and that's why he told him, hey, and it was a bad call. But, it happens.
You look around, Houston Texans 0-2. They get, I want to say, crushed by the Colts. They scored 10 points in the fourth quarter to make it respectable. 31-20 the final score. The quick 14-0 lead by the Colts, and then their rookie quarterback goes out with the concussion. Minshew comes in. Texans just can't get anything going.
No, they can't. And I don't know that anybody really, although I thought that they would be a little bit better. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll improve. C.J. Stroud had a good game, though.
Well, that's the crazy thing. When you look at C.J. Stroud's numbers, he was 30 of 47 for 384 yards.
Yeah.
He did throw a couple of touchdowns, no interceptions, but the kid was sacked 6 times in the game.
Oh, that offensive line is horrible.
They are. And so it's like, all right, well, they ran the ball 26 times for 52 yards. All right, well, we can't run the ball, but they were down. They're throwing it. I just hope C.J. Stroud can make it through the season. I know there were jokes about the offensive line that could he break David Carr's unbreakable sack record, and he certainly seems to be on pace. But I appreciate the maturity of C.J. Stroud. Now 0-2. He's been sacked more times than he's put points on a scoreboard.
Yep.
But he knew coming in it wasn't going to be easy.
No one said it was going to be easy. You know what I mean? Like, I think the hope that we brought the city from the draft and from all-season moves and everything, like, it got the buzz going. And I think that was great. And I think it should continue because this team is we're a couple plays away, man, from winning a lot of games here. And I don't think that it should be easy. We got to go out there and fight and win one play at a time. I think on offense we just too many negative plays. We had a lot of positive plays, but those 1 to 2 little negative plays in drive, those are drive killers, man. And I got to be more accurate. I got to do more to make the pocket right. But one thing I think we've shown, we're gonna fight, even if it's not pretty.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, the dude has all the cliches down and worked every one of them
He did.
into that soundbite. He's right. That answer, as cliche as it is, hard to argue with what he had to say. He just didn't need to use every cliche in one soundbite.
I just think it's telling that no interceptions yesterday. The sacks, hey, what are you going to do about that? You try to get the ball away as soon as you can, but he threw it 47 times.
Yeah.
I mean, so 384 yards, a pretty good day for CJ. It's just that team's got a lot of work to do. But luckily for Texan fans, the quarterback's not one of them. He's pretty good, and I think he's just going to get better.
As long as he can survive back there.
Yeah,
that's the biggest question. Kind of the game of the day, especially in the early window, kind of like the Cowboys in a noon kickoff. Weird seeing the Kansas City Chiefs in a noon kickoff window. The big showdown between Patrick Mahomes and Trevor Lawrence turned into being the low-scoring game nobody thought it would be.
I was shocked to see the outcome of that. It was 3-0 Jacksonville for forever.
Yeah.
'Cause, I had that game and wasn't happy with the outcome. So I was kind of keeping an eye on it.
Plus 3.5?
Yeah, yes. That's my home dog theory, right? There you go. I'll tell you how much that is.
Uh-huh.
But I was shocked that it was that way. And look, Jacksonville, if they're going to be a team to be reckoned with, they've got to win games like that at home against a good football team. They didn't get it done. And Sunshine after the game said it was embarrassing, and he should be embarrassed.
Credit the Chiefs defense. I mean, that was a game that nobody expected to be a low-scoring game.
No.
Right? A defensive battle. Not with those two teams. Travis Kelce coming back, you thought that would help out Patrick Mahomes a little bit more. Credit Ian Eagle for working in a Taylor Swift song title on a Kelce touchdown pass. Very well done. Guys that prep done his homework for the broadcast. He got that done. But for the Chiefs, they go 1-1. And remember, coming into the weekend, there were a lot of good teams, playoff-type teams, that lost in week 1. The stats are what they are. If you start 0-2, your chances of making the playoffs are less than 10. The Bengals are the only team in recent memory, and certainly since they've added that extra playoff game, to start 0-2 and make the playoffs. And, the Bengals are 0-2 again. Speaking of 0-2 teams, the Chicago Bears, at what point are you going to credit Baker Mayfield for maybe finding a home in a rhythm? He played extremely well yesterday as the Buccaneers beat the Bears by 10, 27-17.
I'm still not ready to do
You just
that.
hate Baker Mayfield.
Well, I'm not ready to do that just yet.
All right. The Los Angeles Chargers, they blow it.
They have no
to the
defense.
Tennessee Titans.
They have no defense.
Did you hear their coach snapping at a reporter?
Yes.
That's a dude that can't sit down because his seat is too hot. And again, the Chargers go out, they play great offensively. They put up a bunch of numbers. They can't get wins.
No.
They can't. And the Chargers are now 0-2 on the season.
Boy, that's tough for them. I mean, and trying to come back from that. But look, they've got a talented offense. Obviously, I think Kellen Moore will do a good job there of keeping that going. But you're right about Staley. Staley's a guy that, he's supposed to be a defensive genius.
It's and you were mad about the Jaguars in 3.5. And it's the Chargers in 3.5 that ruined my day yesterday.
Well, it's both of those games. I had the Chargers and the Bengals thinking they would both bounce back.
Yeah,
and neither one of them did.
For me, it was that Charger game that was awful. The Giants rally in the second half, get all 31 points in the second half as they beat the Cardinals 31-28.
What a comeback,
dude! I mean,
and you got to give them credit.
Yeah,
but they lose Barkley. Could be for a while. He's got an ankle. Supposed to get it looked at today.
Yeah, I haven't heard results on the MRI. Have you seen any results on the MRI yet?
No.
San Francisco, they're 2-0. They beat the Rams 30-23. A late field goal there made it a one-possession game and pissed off half the bettors in America that took that game.
And why are they kicking a field goal there?
Their kicker needs work.
They're down 10. There's 4 seconds to go.
Yeah.
See, that's the conspiracy thing coming out because it's like, did Matthew Stafford have a bet on himself?
I look at, I don't know why they would kick a field goal in that situation, other than they end up losing by one possession. And, we always have the fun stats like the Minnesota Vikings last year were in all these one-possession games, right? I don't know why you kick a field goal there, although, it's not like high school football where positive points might play a factor in tie-breaking. Does positive points play a factor in tiebreakers?
No.
Your kicker needs some work. I don't know. I just know that it flipped the line there.
The Rams covered. On most of them, I think some either covered or pushed, depending on what it was.
And then you look at the Washington football team with the crazy ending.
Another big comeback.
Your good friend Sean Payton now 0-2 there as Washington gets the 35-33 win. Frank Pateo on our YouTube says, "How about those 2-0 Washington Commanders?" Whatever, dude.
The NFC East is 7-1.
Well, that's it. Yeah,
that's
and the one loss was the Cowboys beating the Giants.
That's exactly right.
It's the NFC Beast. I am not a Denver fan. I am not a fan of Sean Payton. I am not a fan of Russell Wilson. But that was total BS at the end of the game for them not to throw a pass interference on that 2-point conversion.
Oh, come on,
dude. That was an easy PI call. There was nothing touchy or iffy or subjective about it.
What are you gonna? You can't allow the officials to decide a game like that. That was not as blatant as some I've seen.
You know, well, I thought it was. I thought it was blatant. Now, if you were watching the UTSA game on Friday, there was a pass interference penalty that was not called. And Andre Ware, a former quarterback on the broadcast, was like, yeah, I'm a quarterback. I'm the first one. I'm like, what are you watching, dude? I mean, he got there way early. I thought on that 2-point play for there not to be a flag, seeing what typically does get called, but it looked like blatant pass interference, not an iffy call or a good non-call. I thought that was a bad call, a bad non-call that allowed Washington to get away with a win. But also, Denver, dude, Hail Mary, knock it down.
Right.
Knock it down.
I mean, that was it, right? That was an incredible play on its own. Russell Wilson is just not Russell Wilson anymore. He's just not. I'm, watching that game because after the Cowboy game, obviously they switched over to that one, but it just, he's not the same.
On our monitor here in the booth, this is always great radio. Edwin has pulled up the 2-point play, and to see if you could see this here, why they don't call pass interference here.
Where's the pass interference?
Where's the pass interference? 25 is coming over the dude's back and holding his arm down. I mean, it's clear that he was early, and that's interference.
Dude, it looks like it's a
right arm
bang play
turning
to
him
me.
around like that.
It's a bang,
but you
bang
see
play.
that called all the time.
Not to I mean, that would have affected the outcome of the football game.
In slow motion, watch this angle here. The grab, the tug of the shoulder. He literally tugs the left shoulder around, and his arms are wailing. He doesn't have a chance to catch that ball at that point.
Looks like good defense to me.
Oh, jeez.
That looks like good defense, young man. You keep doing that.
You just hate Sean Payton so much.
I really
And apparently the refs do too.
Well, and they're in Denver. It's not like they were, in Washington.
It's still Sean Payton.
It is.
He's not getting the love.
He's just an arrogant dude.
Edwin, you're neutral. Pass interference on that one?
PI.
Should have been?
Yeah.
Easy call.
Easy call.
What's the easy call? It's a bang, bang
Do you
play.
not understand football?
I do understand football. What I'm saying, it's a bang, bang play.
It wasn't bang, bang.
It was bang, bang.
Well, they're all bang, bang in that idea. All right, watch right here. Pause it. It's good radio. Right there. The tug, the ball's not even, the ball is kind of over the C. He's standing in the yo. He's pulling the left shoulder away. Now go slow motion forward. And tell me how that's, and then the club around the head. You're telling me that shouldn't be pass interference?
What was it called?
It was not.
Then it wasn't pass interference, was it?
Shut up.
Great play, young man. You
Jeff
did good.
Traylor will join us coming up at 5:15, as he does every Monday. I want you to ask him about non-calls on pass interference. Or if it wasn't called, it wasn't pass interference.
He'll agree. But what are you going to do? It wasn't called, so it's not pass interference.
Before 5:15, find the clip of that pass interference non-call.
I didn't see that, so I can't.
Because you were driving up.
I can't. Yeah, and
heading out of town.
Well, and as soon as I hit about, I don't know, wasn't even out of town yet. All I heard was.
It's the beauty of 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. You hear that nowadays? I know you're an hour out of town, so I'm with you.
At least,
and I'm guessing your Airbnb didn't have cable, but whatever. That was a bad non-call against UTSA.
It was.
We'll get into that a little bit later. And then, of course, your late game last night, the Dolphins beat the Patriots 24-17. I was watching that one on the plane home yesterday from the Cowboys game, so I didn't get to hear the audio because I forgot headphones, so I'm just watching it on mute. And Bill Belichick throwing that red challenge flag at the referee, pouting, might have been the best thing I've seen all weekend. That was spectacular.
I tell you what, that you got to believe, is it getting close to the end for Bill Belichick?
As soon as you say that, you see the crazy design on the play call for the pump block. Watching Pat McAfee earlier today, watching how they found the tell in film study and called that a certain way. I mean, Bill Belichick just creating new plays. So yeah, no, I don't think it's completely there yet, but he was not happy that he had to reach into his sock and pull out the challenge flag and just throw it down.
Yeah, he looks miserable.
Yeah. Well, if you had Bill O'Brien in your ear for 4 hours every game day, wouldn't you be miserable too?
That would be awful.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Mention you went out of town this week.
Yeah.
And a little golf outing tournament that you were playing in had an Airbnb, which is always a risky situation.
It is.
When it comes to grilling with whatever grill they have available to you at an Airbnb. But you went over to Tri-County Meat Market before you left, got some good steaks.
Great steaks.
What, they have a charcoal grill?
It was just one of those little Walmart $40 specials, that you get. Stands up, blue.
The pictures you showed me of the steaks you did on that little grill.
Well, the chef was he's pretty good.
So you didn't grill them?
No, I did.
No?
Oh, yeah, I grilled them.
Your buddy must have grilled them.
I seasoned them. I grilled
Maggie
them.
must
I
have
did
grilled.
the whole thing. They were fantastic.
Yeah, they looked fantastic. If you did some grilling this weekend and you took photos of that great meat, make sure you upload them to sasportstar.com. Because every Thursday we judge meat and give away a $50 gift card to Tri-County Meat Market. So go upload those great meat photos in the Grilling with the Blitz page at sasportstar.com.
The law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, presents
94.1 San Antonio's Fall Golf Classic, Monday, October 2nd at Olympia Hills Golf Club. Get your slot now for $120 per person or $400 per foursome. Plus, a hole-in-one shot for your chance at $50,000 or a $1,000 gift card. 94.1 San Antonio's Fall Golf Classic, benefiting the Lupus Foundation of America, Lone Star Chapter. Presented by the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, Flight by Yingling, Twin Peaks, Renewal by Anderson, Meritage Homes, and Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar. Sign up now at sasportstar.com.
Yingling, America's oldest brewery, has been making beer in America for 6 generations. And for nearly 200 years, we've been all about bringing the good times. By hand, by foot, by bike, by bikers, by fanny pack or jetpack, by whatever means necessary. With Yingling Traditional Lager, good times taste even better. Yingling, bring the goods.
Drink responsibly. Have you or a family member been arrested? The Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, can help regardless of the legal battle you are facing, personal injury or criminal defense. Attorney Jesse Hernandez and his team are ready to fight for you. Calls are answered 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Call 210-807-8656 or visit jessehernandezlaw.com. That's 210-807-8656 or jessehernandezlaw.com. The Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla.
Imagine getting an impressive cash offer on your home and then selling it for more. Yeah, that happens all the time with Orchard. Getting paid more than you thought is Orchard's goal, even in this market. It's simple. Orchard sells homes faster and for more money, with the majority of homes selling in under 30 days. That's right, under 30 days. And Orchard handles everything, including paint, repair, list, and showing your home. And they'll make your listing stand out with price-boosting upgrades at no upfront cost to you. And here's my favorite part. You just relax as Orchard and their expert agents do all the work, bringing buyers to you by prepping and promoting your home. Don't settle for less than you deserve. Let Orchard help maximize your sale price. Look, with so many companies trying to lowball you, Orchard works hard to get you top dollar. Want to sell your home for more? I sure would. Learn how to maximize your sale price and get a free valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Every business seeks an advantage, whether it's having the best location, hiring top talent, or spotting trends before they happen. And now, the United States Postal Service can give your business a new advantage. Introducing USPS Ground Advantage. Reliable and affordable 2 to 5 day package shipping. It's the advantage you need at the price you want. Get the Ground Advantage at USPS.com/advantage. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
Hi, this is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we have represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Visit CordellCordell.com to take the first step.
Offices in San Antonio, Austin, and St. Louis. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Online at CordellCordell.com.
Paid for by Cordell & Cordell.
Smoky Mo's Texas Barbecue is the best barbecue in San Antonio. Tailgating or game watching? Build your own barbecue group pack with sliced brisket, turkey, pork loin, or meats of your choice, and all the classic barbecue sides. And let Smoky Mo's take care of the food while you cheer for the team. Early kickoff? Make everyone happy with Smoky Mo's breakfast taco boxes for a crowd. This season, we'd love to see you at our 7 Smoky Mo's locations, or order for pickup or delivery at SmokyMo'sBBQ.com.
Ever find yourself in a department store with a question, but you can't find anyone who actually works there, so you just wander? That's what it feels like when you call most banks. But at Frost, we have live customer service 24/7, so you can speak to a real human right when you call, every time you call. No phone tree, no bots, just help from a real human when you need it. It's about being there for you. It's about more than money. Frost Bank.
Your home for the Cowboys.
Prescott all the way, runs it in for the touchdown.
This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM Floresville. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, the breaking news of the afternoon is Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes has been, his contract was restructured. He's going to get $200+ million over the next 4 years, making him the highest paid player in NFL history. Cowboys off to a great start tonight. Winners of 2 in a row, outscoring their opponents 70-10. And we got Monday Night Football tonight. Game you can hear on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. After an incredible weekend of football, we're reacting to all of it here on this Monday version of the Blitz. You can react with us. You can dial up or text 210-656-ESPN. 656-3776. Tweet at Joe Reinagel 210. You can tweet at me at Jason Minix, like Rudy Camargo did. He says, come on, Jason. You and I are Longhorn homers. You just finished talking about the Falcons game. Didn't even mention Bijan Robinson's great game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Calling you out.
Apparently, if I'm a Longhorn homer, I've got to go through the entire list of
Longhorns
guys in the NFL, which is a fairly short list. So that makes it a little easier, at least with first-round picks recently. But, yeah, Bijan was incredible.
Well, that's good. He has been thus far, right? And the Falcons off to a great start at 2-0. So good for them. Good for Bijan. It's just a great weekend all the way around, for whether it's college football. I tell you what, I did see just about every play of that Texas-Wyoming game the other night. Wyoming put up a hell of a fight there for a while.
You know, I didn't see any of that game, to be honest. I went to the Nothing More concert at the Aztec on Saturday night. So we got down there around 6:30, looked at scores on my phone, and eventually I was a little worried about the start. And then I felt pretty good about it. I did record it, but got up for a early flight to Dallas yesterday. And by the time I got home, I haven't even looked at the game. I don't know that I will.
Well, you don't need to.
Just saw the highlights.
They won. They moved up a spot in the AP poll, so everything's good in Austin these days.
Number 3, huh?
Number 3. They jumped over Florida State.
And Alabama fell out of the top 10.
Isn't that great?
We'll talk more college football coming up at about 3:30. But right now it's time for the Headline Blitz.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. 2 guys, 2 opinions, never enough time.
You know, as we go through the Headline Blitz, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's nothing on television that's new.
No.
That writer strike. So there won't be any new fall shows because the writer strike in Hollywood. ABC, though, says, well, you know what we're going to do? Because the only appointment television left in this world anyway is live sporting events. ABC is adding a lot more Monday Night Football to its schedule, not just on the ESPN, but also on ABC. An additional 10 Monday night games are going to be simulcast on both ABC and ESPN.
We've got 2 tonight, and I looked ahead on the schedule. There's 2 next Monday as well. So it's going to be kind of crazy. ESPN's game starts at 6 o'clock tonight. And then, of course, ABC's game starts at 7, but we'll get you started here, which is what I was trying to say earlier. We've got a game on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. It starts at 6:30.
Yeah, 6:30. We've got the Steelers and the Browns, brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager. And I don't understand. Why wouldn't ABC just pick them all up?
I don't know.
I mean, you know,
maybe they're hoping the strike will end.
Well, it's not like they're going to be able to get some new shows on the air.
You never know.
I mean, how quick can they turn those things
Oh,
around?
interesting.
I mean, you think about the writer's strike and appointment television. I know I'm been watching on HBO Winning Time.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Pearlman, it's based on his book. Known Jeff a long time, but I really enjoy the show. Well, it's Sunday nights on HBO, and they don't allow you to binge watch it like Netflix. Like here's the entire season, so you got to wait till every Sunday. Well, dude, it's football season. I'm going to watch on Tuesday, which is this year's season finale, a weird 7 episodes because of the strike. And it was also announced that it's canceled. They're not going to do a season 3. You know, Jeff was hoping that they would pick up a season 3, and they're not.
Well, sure he was.
Well, yeah.
Money for him.
Cha-ching, but apparently the story is not going to end well. Since it's winning time in the Lakers, I guess season 2 ends with the Celtics winning the title.
Wow.
And spoiler alert, I haven't watched it yet, but that's what I saw Jeff post on Facebook.
Well, that's great. By the way, the Cowboys have released Ronald Jones. Any surprise there? Running back.
Oh, he was with us, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Suspended for 2 games.
Yeah.
That was just officially. He's due to come off suspension.
Yeah.
For next week, but the Cowboys have said adios to him.
I think somebody predicted that. I don't know, the day after he signed.
Well, you did. But Rico Dowdle has played well.
Rico Dowdle has played well, and the package for Deuce Vaughn is interesting. I mean, nothing like seeing a guy get tackled and look like he's a wrestler that just got tossed off the top rope.
Yes, and I'm just happy you haven't had to take him off the field with a spatula yet.
Oh, stop. Hey, back to Monday night and Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
I've been listening to this song all day because of this news. Monday night's got a new theme song, and it's in the words of ESPN, re-imaging a very famous song featuring Chris Stapleton, Snoop Dogg, and drummer Cindy Blackman Santana. They're going to air it tonight for both Monday night games. They'll debut the full version, and then it's going to be the theme song moving forward. And you're going to hear this, and you're going to start playing a little bit of drums in your car or at your desk, wherever you might be right now. And this song is going to be in your head the rest of the night. So the remake in Phil Collins is in the air, right? And that great drum solo. Yesterday on ESPN's pregame show, they did a 7-minute feature. And if you haven't seen it, go find it on YouTube and watch it. I did not realize this was like a pregame warm-up song that current players are still listening to today. And the feature, you know how guys are mic'd up before the game or whatever, they're on the field stretching, singing, it's in their head, all these different guys that weren't born when Phil Collins put this out in 1981. It's a very well done feature, and you're going to listen to it, and then that's going to be in your head, in your ear, the rest of the afternoon. You're welcome.
Well, it came back with the movie Hangover, right? Because that was Mike Tyson. So he said, got to stop so I can hear the drum solo. So maybe that's where those guys heard it. And that's one of those songs that just kind of will live on forever because it's just a unique, the drum solo is fantastic and it's just a good song.
And, I'm a music guy, but sometimes, it's fun hearing the reason behind a song.
Yeah.
What inspired you to write said song. I didn't know this until this feature. And I learned this from Hines Ward of all people, who is in this feature. Apparently, he did some research on the song, and Phil wrote it when he found out somebody was cheating on him. And then, so I didn't know that part of it, but especially the drum solo, getting a little aggression out because you found out somebody stepped out, right? But
yeah,
Hines was like, I don't give a damn as long as the song gets you in the right frame of mind. That's what you go with. And I was like, man, look at that. San Antonio Brahmas head coach Hines Ward, although they featured him as 2-time Super Bowl champion Hines Ward.
Well, yeah, he's a little better known for that, I think, than the head coach of the Brahmas.
Yeah, so that's going to be in the air tonight.
Nice. Looking forward to it.
The new theme song. Snoop Dogg and Chris Stapleton.
I like the drum. That's kind of an odd mix, isn't it?
But it works.
Yeah.
I mean, Snoop Dogg, I think, can go play with anybody.
Sure.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And make it work.
I think he can.
But hearing
Stapleton's got a unique voice.
Yeah. Well, hearing that little trailer that they released.
Yeah.
It sounds pretty good.
It does.
It does sound pretty good. Cowboys looked really good yesterday. We'll dive into the Cowboys' blowout win over the New York Jets coming up next here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Parkhurst New Vision voted best LASIK in San Antonio, which is about as big a no-brainer as there is a no-brainer. This place is fantastic. I know you've heard me talking about Parkhurst New Vision. I had lens replacement surgery about 2 months ago. It's been right around there. Had all the adjustments, all the checkups that I need, and I tell you what, it is fantastic. One of the best things that I have done. I can see better now than I could see 30 years ago. It's incredible. Whether I'm out playing golf or at a restaurant or whatever it is, Parkhurst New Vision has completely changed my life. And look, they can do the same for you too. If you're tired of dragging those readers around, go see them. Give them a call, 210-585-2020. You can also check them out online at sanantoniolasik.com. Look, they offer a variety of services. The lens replacement surgery I had, LASIK, cataract surgery, all of which are going to change the way you see the world. Give them a call. Ask questions. Check them out. Do it. You'll be glad you did. Parkhurst New Vision, 210-585-2020.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Sunday, it's the Cowboys and Cardinals at 2:30 p.m.
Prescott with a quarterback option, running to the right, spilled, head over heels, into the end zone, touchdown Prescott.
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
My name is John. I could not lose the weight I needed to. The Institute for Functional Health Wellness program was the answer. It included a great deal of testing, supplements, and weekly face-to-face doctor visits. I finally had the accountability I needed. I am now 50 pounds lighter. I no longer have pain in my elbow, back, and hips. I have more energy and just feel and look so much better.
Call for your complimentary consultation, 210-468-1891. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment, the #1 rated tractor brand for durability and owner experience in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for 0 down, 0% APR for 84 months, plus save up to $800 on qualifying implements. Now through September 30th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
From the Gulf of Mexico to the hill country of Texas, for 75 years, Ewald Kubota is your Kubota dealer.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Every business seeks an advantage, whether it's having the best location, hiring top talent, or spotting trends before they happen. And now, the United States Postal Service can give your business a new advantage. Introducing USPS Ground Advantage. Reliable and affordable 2 to 5 day package shipping. It's the advantage you need at the price you want. Get the Ground Advantage at USPS.com/advantage. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now at Staples, the prices of HP printers are dropping. Save on HP Smart Tank and enjoy even more savings on ink. Save on the HP Inkjet, perfect for high-quality pics. Save on HP laser printers, great for tackling high-volume document printing. Now through September 30th, save on Staples' entire selection of HP printers, some as low as $69.99. With HP printer price drops at Staples, now is the time to upgrade to HP, America's most trusted printer brand. See staples.com/HP for details.
If you're hit by a car, truck, or commercial vehicle, you need help with vehicle repairs, car rental, medical care, Davis Law Firm can help get your life back on track. For over 25 years, we have secured important verdicts and settlements for our clients, some in the millions of dollars. I'm Jeff Davis. If you were in a car or truck wreck or hit by a commercial vehicle, call the Fours right now. Call me at 444-4444. You got it. There's only one number to remember, and that's 4. Attorney consultation by appointment only. Davis Law Firm, San Antonio. Davis Law Firm is a proud official partner, personal injury attorney of the San Antonio Spurs.
At a time when you need it most, Diamonds Direct is doing something that seems impossible. They're rolling back finance rates to 0%. You heard it right. Now through October 1st, you can get 0.0 for 5 years. So that $10,000 engagement ring is around $167 a month. Rings, earrings, bands, bracelets, make any purchase, divide the price by 60, and that's your payment. No interest for 5 years. It's the only time this year you can do this. Get details, showroom hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. On free credits.
The Jim Rome Show.
Hey, Jim Rome here. And back in the military city of San Antonio.
Weekdays at noon on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Prescott in the gun. Back is on his left. Snap goes back. Looking to his left. Looking. Checks it down. Ferguson at the 1. Leans over the pylon. Touchdown.
What a great play that was.
Brad Sham with the call on the Cowboys radio network, and something you could have heard here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. And if you were paying attention to my socials on Instagram or Facebook, you saw a great video of that on my story yesterday, because it happened literally right in front of me. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Ferguson did get into the end zone. Not a great night opening the season for any of the tight ends, including Jake Ferguson.
Nobody remembers that.
But I'll tell you what, Dak did, because Dak Prescott, very complimentary of not just Ferguson, but all the tight ends and their involvement in yesterday's big win over the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just taking what it gives us, what they were giving us. I mean, you go back and you look at last week, we didn't shy away from throwing it to them. Even as you just said, with the ball being wet, being a tough day to handle the ball, they were still getting the opportunities. And I don't know if they had more or less tonight, but that's just kind of the way the game plan goes. Spread it out. I'm looking for the matchups. I'm taking what the defense gives me. And they just made those plays tonight that they did in the last week. And that's why I told y'all, a young group, but a group that is very, very confident in themselves. I'm very confident in them. And yeah, they're only going to do that and really should be third. I mean, I miss Ferg on another one down to the red zone, coming out of the second half. So
sure
I mean,
did.
That's that's their standard, and they'll continue to play like they did this week for the rest of the season rather than last.
You know, Ferguson had 3 catches on 4 targets, only 11 yards, but he did get that touchdown. Schoonmaker was only targeted 1 time. It was a short 1-yard completion. And then they tried to run a Hendershot on one of the dumber play calls. That's the kind of play that might look good in practice. But at some point, dude, turn upfield and try to get into the end zone.
Yeah, I don't know what they were trying to do there. But if there's any criticism of the Dallas Cowboys yesterday, it's their red zone offense. They just couldn't punch the ball into the end zone. Now, credit the Jets defense a little bit for that. I'll give you that. But, I mean, you got to score touchdowns. There were 5 field goals yesterday by arguably the best kicker in the NFL right now, and Brandon Aubrey. So, I mean, this guy is fantastic. It's just nailed them.
They were 2 of 6 in the red zone.
Yeah.
2 of 6.
You can't have that. I mean, you got to do better than that.
Yeah, well, it's only 33%. Now, granted, you're right. Fantastic day from your rookie kicker. Aubrey.
Best kicker in the NFL, I mean, arguably.
Well, I mean, you know, I don't think that many thought that this Cowboys team would be kicking a lot of field goals, but he got 5 yesterday.
He did.
And that's too many. But what they didn't have too many of? Turnovers. They had the takeaways with the defense, but 2 games turnover free for the Dallas Cowboys. Interception free for Dak Prescott, who apparently never went back-to-back games without an interception last year, in which he led the league in interceptions. He was asked about back-to-back games with no picks, and I think he's tired of being asked about last year's interception problem.
What about the year before that, or the year before that, or the year before that? You know, last year is last year, and it's something, you know, I've left, and, you know, the interceptions, all that, it's. I guess when you lead the league, it'll never go away. But as I stated last year, every one of them has their story. But that's not where my mind is. It's not something I think about. Just being candid, I really don't care about the questions about them at this point.
Stop asking me.
Stop asking.
That's about as snippy as I think I've heard Dak Prescott get.
Hey, I tell you what, though, if the Cowboys can continue this streak, and obviously, look, Dak's not going to go interception free the entire year. That's the way it goes. But, you know, if he can cut those down and make other teams have that long field against that defense, man, the Cowboys are going to be tough to beat.
You know, you think about the stuff that we heard all offseason, you know, the footwork, the timing of the routes with the footwork, the extra hitch. And the one that he missed in the end zone, trying to get Ferguson coming across the back of the end zone, running out of real estate. And he put a lot of air under that ball, and they just didn't connect. That was a miss. But it was a great throw in the sense of, I got to give my guy an opportunity to catch this without it getting intercepted, because he had to throw it over a lot of defenders. He didn't try to throw it through those defenders.
I don't know how tall Ferguson is, 6'9" or so.
I don't think he's 6'9".
Big guy. Wemby couldn't have caught that on his best day. It was a horrible pass. He was scared.
All right.
He was scared to throw an interception. Throw the ball in there.
He's Ferguson is 6'5".
Okay.
All right. But again, he didn't force the throw.
Throw it in there.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on now. If he had thrown an interception down there, like if you look at that play and remember that play, you know, where the defense was, because I don't think that Ferguson was the number one target on that. I think, all right, covered. I've got my tight end going across the back of the end zone.
Well, they should have.
But if he would have thrown an interception there, I mean, the whole live to play another day and the drive with the kick, they got 3 instead of a red zone pick, right? So now you're mad at him because he didn't throw it in there. But if he had thrown a riskier pass, he threw it to where only his guy could get it, if there was an opportunity to get it, and he missed, right?
He missed. That's the problem. All I'm saying is, look, it's something to think about, right? If he's afraid, you know, to put the ball in there,
and he put air under it, and he missed.
He missed badly.
He missed. I don't think he was afraid. He threw a better pass, a better pass to give your guy a chance, or it's incomplete and not intercepted. To me, I think that's good. Not scared.
If you
that's
drop
smarter.
If you drop that in there, it's a touchdown.
Okay.
All you had to do is drop it in there. Ferguson's wide open.
I don't know that he was wide open.
He was wide open.
Okay. You guys want to react to 656 ESPN 656-3776. Robert, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
Okay, he wasn't wide open. Like Minnick said, there was a guy in front of him. You had to throw it over that guy. You don't take a chance there, man. You got to remember, the Cowboys have a great defense. 3 points is okay. It's okay. No turnovers. I'm saying every 3 points you get, that's three more points that they have. I'm saying, so you don't need to take chances there. I liked it. 4th and 2. The coach didn't go for it on 4th. He went to the field goal. Great. Take the points. Obviously now we got a decent field goal kicker, but the main thing is you got the best defense in football. You're not going to give up. You don't need to take any chances. Manage the game. That's all Prescott has to do. He doesn't have to carry us. Manage the game. I'll take 5 field goals and 20-point win every day of the week, man.
And again, 31-38. Appreciate the call, Robert. 255 yards, no interceptions. That's a great day for Dak Prescott.
It's a great day. I'm just saying it was an opportunity missed.
It was.
It was an opportunity missed.
And he even said that. Better throw, gets a touchdown there. But if he just tries to drill it in there, it probably gets intercepted.
Well, you can't do that.
And at some point, you realize they got stopped and settled for 5 field goals, which is typically bad. That the Jets defense is one hell of a defense.
That is true.
I mean,
Sauce Gardner had one right in his hand.
Dude, that's it. I mean, you figure the Cowboys, the 49ers, and the Jets have the 3 best defenses in the NFL, right?
I arguably, yes. Yes,
so,
for sure.
So when you look at that, sometimes you credit the Jets defense for doing everything they could to give their offense an opportunity. That Jets defense and the opportunistic takeaways and the giving mood of Josh Allen allowed them to get a win last week.
Mm-hmm.
They won that game despite Zach Wilson having to play the majority of the game at quarterback, minus the 4 snaps Aaron Rodgers got to play.
No, it was clearly the turnovers that gave the Jets an opportunity. They don't win that game. They're 0-2 today instead of 1-1 without all the Josh Allen turnovers. All I'm saying is, look, this cupcake schedule that they have right now, and that's what it is. I mean, let's face it. You have the Giants who just slow out of the box. You got the Jets who lost their star quarterback. You got Arizona next week, and then you've got New England. You got to work out some of these kinks offensively. Defensively, this team and again, there's no way to say it any other way. This is a premier defense. There is no doubt about it.
Think about what we're saying right now. This is a Dallas Cowboys team in 2 NFL weeks, regular season games, have put 70 points on the scoreboard. They didn't play at all in the preseason. So these first couple games are kind of preseason-like. In the first game, in the rain and the big early lead, yesterday, the game plan, I think you saw it from the opening kickoff and that initial drive of what this is. And once they had the lead, it's run the ball, run the ball, run the ball, use up the clock, win time of possession, which is everything that Mike McCarthy said he wanted this team to be coming in. Take the field goals. Yeah. Again, that's.
But at some point in time, all I'm saying is you're going to have to score touchdowns.
Exactly.
You're not going to beat San Francisco or Philly kicking field goals. You're not.
You're not. But I think yesterday's game, you had it in hand, a bad turnover, and all of a sudden the Jets get right back into it. And maybe that was the thought process there.
Cowboys were fortunate too, and you got to have some of that. I mean, that at the end of the half, that was fortune. I mean, the Jets gave it to them, and then you got the Sauce Gardner missed interception that could have gone for a touchdown.
It's the Blitz here on 94.1, a San Antonio sports star. Injuries do happen, and when they do, you can skip the ER and get straight to an Ortho Now injury clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocation, sprains, strains, conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday, on-site x-ray, casting, and bracing. Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, but best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. So if you're injured, get to an Ortho Now injury clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Learn more online at TSAOG.com. That's TSAOG.com.
It's R&R in the morning.
R&R in the morning. We got a doubleheader Monday Night Football game. We break down both games and all four quarterbacks. And at 7, we'll be joined by Fort Worth Star Telegram's own Clarence Hill Jr.
2 Monday Night Football games, Clarence Hill and college football. Talking Colorado football with Chad Brown. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Have you gotten your hands on Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds at HEB yet? Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds offer big, bold flavors like sea salt and cracked black pepper, spicy dill, and Korean barbecue. Bonus, you're going to love the low-carb, high-protein, bacony crunch. Pick up your favorite flavors of Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds at HEB today. Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. Be big, be bold, be adventurous. Learn more at southernrecipesmallbatch.com.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm personal price plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this message Mateo left.
Jake from State Farm, you should know orange juice commercials make me cry. I feel bad for the oranges.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm personal price plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connection to trained counselors. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. The Lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988.
Like any good agent, we're here for the open house, for the closing, for handing over keys. But because we're realtors, we're here for so much more. Agents who are realtors volunteer at nearly 3 times the national average. We're working to broaden access to credit, increase affordable housing supply, and ensure fair housing for all. And realtors are bound by a code of ethics. We're here for it all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
It's the Mike McCarthy Show every Friday morning at 6:45 and 9 with R&R in the morning.
Do you like a certain amount of chaos?
Conflict is good.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess I do. I like healthy chaos. I don't like the BS.
A look at the Cowboys' upcoming game, presented by AA Best Bail Bonds and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Glad to have you along on this Monday afternoon after another great weekend of football. Football's not over yet. We got 2 Monday night games tonight. One will be on the radio because we can only air one at one time. If we aired both, it would sound awful.
Confusing as hell, wouldn't it?
Very much.
Yeah.
And so tonight on the radio, we've got Cleveland-Pittsburgh with Kevin Harlan on the call, which should be a good game, brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager.
That was great to talk to Kevin Harlan. Love that guy. Best in the business as far as I'm concerned. Present company.
No.
You're okay.
Yeah. Stop. Stop. I mean, you look at it and you sit there and all right, so 2 more games to go. 2 more games to go. And so I think a lot of people need these 2 for a variety of reasons, especially if you're in our weekly Pro Football Pick'em Challenge presented by A Awesome Tickets and 5 Oaks Ace Hardware over on Thousand Oaks. I know I could use 2 more wins.
See, I haven't checked the results. I probably don't want to.
You probably don't want to.
Goodness gracious.
At the end of the year, whoever has the best overall record that doesn't work here gets $1,000 worth of tickets to A Awesome Tickets. And, of course, weekly winners get that $50 gift card to Tri-County Meat Market. As far as our college picks go for this weekend, it was one of those weeks where you had to really work hard to have a bad week at picking games. Now, all of us in our group, we all picked Tennessee to beat Florida.
I couldn't believe that game. As big as a clown show as Florida's been,
yeah,
then they step up with a great performance.
But, everything else, not a lot of upsets. Near upset, though, with Alabama. Alabama did not look good in their game against South Florida.
I'm telling you, they're not the same team. And not to take anything away from Texas, but they're not. They're just not the same. And already, again, Nick Saban has changed quarterbacks.
Yeah, he's gone back to the guy that played against Texas.
That's exactly. They're just not the same. They're going to lose at least a couple of times in the SEC.
Georgia didn't look all that great against South Carolina either.
No, they didn't.
I mean, they didn't. Spencer Rattler played a hell of a football game.
He did.
But ultimately, Georgia was able to get that win. Nasty weather throughout. Of course, Friday night started in the Dome. Army taking care of UTSA. Army plays a damn near perfect football game. But I will tell you what. Well, I think I saw this weird stat. I should have looked it up before the show. Jeff Traylor at home is now 0-2 against Army. He's lost 3 games at home as head coach of UTSA, 2 to Army. He's like, 19-1 against everybody else.
Yeah, interesting. Well, they just play a different style of football. And it's just nothing that they see. And I'm not making excuses for Jeff. I mean, he can say it himself, but when he joins us at 5:15. But I'm just saying, it's just a different style of football. And you gotta be ready for it.
And this was a different Army team going out of a shotgun. Weird seeing the triple option out of the shotgun, but they also threw the ball well, which I don't know that UTSA was overly prepared for on a short week, the amount of throwing that they did. And Army played all those runs that they had, no holding penalties throughout the day. No,
that's incredible.
No illegal blocks, no nothing.
Yeah.
Now, there was a pass interference penalty on those guys that should have been called. And Jeff Traylor, they threw a Hail Mary. They got that. They tried an onside kick. There was a bad penalty on the onside kick, which they recovered, but you can't block a guy until after the ball's gone 10 yards. So that was the right call by those officials. And they still had an opportunity to win. As weird as the game felt, UTSA gave them an opportunity to win late.
That's kind of their standard operating procedure, isn't it?
And Eddie Lee Marburger, in his first start, he played pretty well, considering the injuries that they have up front. And you're making your first start. I was expecting a low-scoring game, and they put a ton of points on the board. Both teams did.
Yeah.
No, I don't think any expected that kind of offensive output by either team.
I mean, certainly not from Army.
Dude, they scored 57 in their game before
against
Delaware State, or whatever.
Please,
I don't know, but again, they scored 57. And now if you're UTSA, you turn around and you play a Tennessee team that got beat.
No, they got spanked.
So they're going to be pissed off all
yeah,
week.
they got spanked by Florida.
It's crazy, and we'll ask Jeff when he joins us at 5:15. Now, whether Jeff Traylor actually tells us or not about Frank Harris and his status for this weekend's game. And I know for Frank to be able to play in front of 100,000 in an SEC type environment, you want to let him go do that. But if I'm Jeff Traylor, I don't.
Well, because they have a bye week after that game. So you give them another 2 weeks to heal up.
Be ready for conference
play. Yeah.
As much as I want for Frank to be able to play at Tennessee.
It's all about conference games.
I wouldn't play him. We'll offer that advice to the UTSA head coach.
I'm sure he'll take it gladly.
I'm sure he'll find a very complimentary way of saying, let me do my job.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. But it makes sense. And I don't know. Haven't seen Frank, but he was wearing a boot all last week. And I don't know if that boot has come off yet, but we'll ask the coach for sure.
Yeah. What do we have?
The audio of the call, the pass interference call.
All right. Yeah. All right. Let's hear this call.
Low snap. Marburger lets it fly. He wants Carpenter. Incomplete. No flag on the play. Hammonds the safety and coverage. It's 4th down.
Wow.
I wanted to hear the rest of that. But if we can find it later with Andre Ware saying, yeah, I don't see it there, because that guy was so early. And they showed it on the replay. And he had the play-by-play guy for ESPN. And Andre Ware kind of discussing how was that not called. And Andre Ware's like, yeah, I'm an offensive guy. I always go with that. But it wasn't quite as bang and clear. I'm not sure what he was looking at at all. But, good long throw downfield, and 26 gets there early.
Edwin Hafner is doing a great job producing this little extravaganza. I want to see this again because, look, again, it's a great throw by Marburger. He's
not playing the ball, one.
No, but it looks like they get there at the same time to me. Now, I know everybody's going to be, of course, it had to be because it was against UTSA.
Well,
but it looks like, and there's no other angle, I guess. This is the only angle we're getting here, watching this on the monitor in the studio.
When it gets there, pause it. See, he's into him right now, and the ball is still in the air, and he gets pushed out of bounds. Okay, hit play. Before the ball gets there.
He hits him early.
And the defender was playing the man. Didn't have his head looking back. He wasn't playing the ball. He was playing the man. In my mind, that's pass interference.
That should have been pass interference.
That was a big non-call.
That should have been pass interference. Yes.
But I thought one of the bigger plays, I don't want to say the only mistake, but they had a 3rd and 2, a chance late, would have been able to keep a drive going, probably go for it on 4th down, and he took a sack. The only time he got sacked in the game, and at that point, you can't go for it on.
But I think the consensus is Marburger played pretty well.
I thought he played great.
Yeah.
We can't, all things considered. I mean, that Hail Mary pass at the end of the half, just all of it. I mean, they were only on the field for 15 minutes.
Guy's got a cannon for an arm. That's for sure.
He does.
He really does.
Again, Jeff Traylor coming up at at 5:15. We'll talk with Jeff Traylor. UIW, huge win. Texas State, huge win. They have to replace light bulbs in the scoreboard over there with what G.J. Kinney is doing. The Texas Longhorns, big win over Wyoming.
Although Wyoming put up a fight, I will tell you. I watched that game in its entirety, and Wyoming put up a hell of a fight. They got a good football team. I was surprised, but they really do, and they put up a good fight.
You look at Wyoming already with a win over Texas Tech. A good fight against Texas, at least for the half. Maybe they're better than we see Wyoming go, but they proved to be worthy. And what does Texas have? Baylor this week?
They have Baylor,
Baylor is struggling. Baylor is going to be without their starting quarterback this week.
Yep.
The Texas Longhorns are ranked number 3 in the country.
Yes, they are. Right behind, who is it, Michigan and Georgia. Alabama fallen out of the top 10. First, I mean, it's been a long time since they have fallen out of the top 10. They're struggling. They can't find a quarterback, and they've just got some struggles. They really do. And this is the year, I think, that somebody else is going to be playing for the championship. It won't be Alabama.
Wonder if Texas A&M go through the hour delay for weather and really put it on Louisiana Monroe. If A&M can get it right now, last week they didn't look like a team that could get it right. This week, now granted, Louisiana Monroe, but every Aggie fan will tell you don't say it that way because
they got Arkansas this week at Jerry World,
which is going to be a wild
game.
Wild game.
Always is.
Although the game everybody wanted to watch, the game everybody wanted to be at. Colorado against Colorado State. You think about all the crap last week. Jay Norvell with his comments. I thought Colorado would score 80. We did our pick.
We all did. Yeah.
Everybody did. I mean, it wasn't going to be close. Deion's going to run up the score. They made it personal. I give Jay Norvell and Colorado State a lot of credit. For showing up and playing an extremely good game.
Should have won the game, actually.
They should have, but a 98-yard drive at the end. I mean, all of it. You're staying up till late. I was at a concert, and then after the concert, we were downtown, and then you go over to the Esquire bar, and game was on, and so now we're watching it over there because it turned out to be an instant classic as opposed to such a blowout.
Yeah.
Jay Norvell, after the game, trying to make the sunglasses comment make a little bit more sense.
I was talking to my own team and really reinforcing what we do. And so that's what those comments were made for. And so hey, this rivalry's been going on way longer before I got here, and it's going to be going on way after I leave. There's always bad blood. It's just the way it is. Doesn't matter what me or Deion say. It's going to be bad blood. So you got to get your team to play. That's the key. And so, but yeah, those comments were from my kids.
What did Deion have to say post-game handshake?
You can ask him that.
Deion is Deion. And Deion's comments after the game, when he even admitted, I'm sitting in the game going, we can't lose to this guy. Not after this week.
No.
We can't. I appreciate the honesty there. And the reality is he was kind to Jay Norvell in his comments in his post-game press conference.
I could be petty if they petty, but I ain't got time for that, man. I'm on to bigger things. I'm happy for the brother. I really am, man. I'm happy that they fought, that they played a good game. I'm happy he's a head coach. I'm happy for any brother that's doing it and successful, man. I truly am. I don't know where all this stuff come from. I have to respond because, it's my mama taught me that. You just ain't gonna type me and I'm gonna sit back and ain't gonna say nothing.
Yeah, well, and that's true. That's prime time. The reality is they got to win, and we ended up with an instant classic. Seeing his son with the interception return, and then his other son, leading that 98-yard drive without the best player after that cheap shot.
It was a horrible cheap shot. That was the only thing that put a damper on that football game. But look, I love Deion's brashness, cockiness, whatever you want to call it. I love it. He's been that way since we've known him.
Yeah.
No matter who he's played for. I mean, he was that way with the Cowboys, with the Niners, and that's what makes Deion. I love it. He's holding those kids accountable. He's done it through the rules to turn that program around. And I love it. Now the schedule's going to get tougher for Deion and the Buffaloes, that's for sure. But we'll see how they respond.
Oregon and USC.
Yes.
Next up. So we'll go. And I see Ben Briseño on our YouTube saying he read somewhere that sunglass company Deion endorses made like 1.7 million.
I'm sure they
over
did.
the weekend.
Yeah.
Well, I saw something. It was like 1.2 million that day. And the timing of it, that was a new endorsement deal for Deion Sanders, the businessman. So interesting stuff. NFL news, it's confirmed now Saquon Barkley will miss 2 to 3 weeks. Sprained ankle. He avoids serious injury.
Just the ordinary sprain. They were afraid it was a high ankle sprain, which, as we know from the docs that we visit with every Tuesday, is a little bit worse than an ordinary ankle sprain.
So Barkley is going to miss, obviously, Thursday's game against San Francisco. Then they've got Seattle, and then they've got Miami to do the Giants as their next 3 games.
Wow.
But he did avoid major injury. But this kind of comes back to the idea of running backs and guaranteed money. Now, there is a report out that the NFL has filed a grievance against the NFLPA, that the NFLPA apparently was advising running backs to fake injuries during contract negotiations, which doesn't make sense to me on that surface, because, you know, if you're unless you're faking injuries because you want to get paid, but injuries are a big reason why they're not getting paid. They've got short career lives.
Well, I think what they're saying, and I remember we touched on this back before the season began, as a way to not get fined, but kind of hold out.
Yeah.
You're faking the injury. I'm here, but I'm injured. And Jonathan Taylor, I think, I'm not going to say he's faking his injury, but he might be faking his injury for that reason. And I think that's why they were doing it. Don't want to get fined? Just say you're hurt.
It's that's something that we certainly need to watch. And for Barkley, the fact that it's not anything more serious,
Right.
It's not keeping him out for the season.
They've
It's
got
nothing that requires surgery.
Brutal schedule coming up. My goodness.
They do.
Wow.
It is.
But that's everybody in the East has got to go through that. So it's going to be tough for everybody.
You know, so Cowboys injury news, quite a bit better for Dallas. There is the possibility, according to Mike McCarthy, that Tyler Smith, Donovan Wilson, and Brandon Cooks are all back for the game this week against the Arizona Cardinals. Mike McCarthy said they'll all expected to be limited in Wednesday's practice. They'll ramp it up Thursday, but McCarthy says the goal is to have all 3 back this week.
Now, Zach Martin was banged up. Did you mention him? And I just missed it. But
no,
he
Tyler
was
Smith, Donovan Wilson, Brandon Cooks, the 3 that were out. Now, Zach, I think, is going to be fine.
Well, I don't know. He's got an ankle, but it was reported he won't practice tomorrow either. So, but they're optimistic he'll be able to play.
You know, he said after the game yesterday, if it were a tight game, a close game, he would have stayed in. And I like that he went back in for victory formation. And you wonder with some of the field goals, how much of that was because of all the issues on the offensive line. You know, they couldn't get a lot of things going in the run game against a good defensive front for the Jets. Shuffling.
Could be. We'll see.
But 5 field goals, I mean, you know, that stadium's ready to host the World Cup, man. We saw a lot of kicking yesterday.
Yeah, no question about it. They shouldn't have that issue next week. Although Arizona's put up a fight shorthanded in their first 2 ball games. So
absolutely.
We'll see what happens.
You know, our golf tournament is 2 weeks away.
Sure is.
2 weeks away for our Fall Golf Classic coming up on Monday, October 2nd. I think we got room for 8 or 9 teams.
Something like that.
With the number they put out, but I know I saw Nick said we got a couple more in, and there's some singles out there.
Yeah.
Get your team registered. We're 2 weeks out.
It's going to sell out.
Even if you don't know all 4 of the guys, book your foursome.
Yes.
Collect money from them. That's how it works. But don't wait till the last minute, because it is, well, it's crunch time. And, you know, we got to cut things off and all that kind of stuff. I don't know when the actual deadline is, but it's soon. So if you've been thinking about it, if you're planning it, you just haven't gotten around to it, go to sasportstar.com. It's not unusual for us to be filling up that second flight 2 weeks out. This is normal. This
It's
is how
normal.
it works every time. Then we're going to sell out. Then we're going to have people say, oh, man, can you? No, I can't hook you up.
Well, I mean, just think about it. 8 or 9 teams is not a lot.
Nope.
It's really not. So, yeah, you need to get in there. If you haven't done it or you've been putting it off or forgot about it, get in there today. Sign up and get ready. So you don't want to miss it. This thing is a lot of fun, and we always have a great time, and I'm looking forward to it.
Get that foursome signed up or sign up as an individual. SASportsStar.com. It benefits the Lupus Foundation of America's Lone Star chapter, and it's brought to you by the Lofts of Jesse Hernandez, Flight by Yingling, Twin Peaks Renewal by Anderson, and Meritage Homes. Then, of course, we're going to have that after party at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar. So a great day of fun, literally 2 weeks from today. So go to the website, get signed up today, SASportsStar.com.
Check out the Jim Rome Show, weekdays at noon.
If you're San Antonio, there are benefits that come along with it. I will cut you to the front of the line. We're going to hike the return.
On 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Now is the best time to buy a Connecticut water softener. With current models being closed out to make way for the new ones, you can save big. Call Connecticut at 656-PURE and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you. That's 656-PURE.
License number 16934C. Hi, folks. Joe Reinagle here. You know, at Woods Comfort Systems, the heat is on. It's time to get that new energy-efficient AC system for your home. And there's no better time than today because you can take advantage of up to $3,700 in rebates and tax credits. Woods is going to throw in a free smart thermostat as well, a free 12-year parts and labor warranty, and a free MERV 11 media filter. Plus, you're going to get a free Solaris indoor air quality package to boot. Hey, the special's not going to last long, so give them a call now for details or to schedule your visit with one of Wood's home comfort advisors and take advantage of up to $3,700 in rebates and tax credits. Woods is going to throw in a free smart thermostat as well, but you have to call Woods Comfort Systems today to take advantage of this special offer. 512-842-5066, 512-842-5066, or visit them at woodscomfortsystems.com.
Smoker's Paradise, your premium smoke shop. Vaporizers, disposable e-cigarettes, hookah accessories, water pipes, cigars, and more. Now with 15 area locations, including the newest location at South Cross and Highway 37. Visit smokersparadise.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Gomez Law Firm has been taking care of the people of San Antonio for almost 50 years, the leader in personal injury law. Jose, tell us a little bit more about what you do.
We do ride-sharing cases, 18-wheeler cases. Obviously, we've done those for very many years. Work injuries. We will be happy to take a look at and see if we can help.
If you have been injured in an accident or hit by a company vehicle, then you need to visit joegomezlaw.com.
We've been around for almost 50 years, and we're not going anywhere.
Call the Gomez Law Firm at 736-4040.
Flight by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Wow, Total Wine really does have everything. I found your favorite bourbon, an awesome vodka. Oh, and Ruthie.
Ruthie?
That's me. Always happy to help. Honey, Ruthie found that amazing Cabernet you loved.
Oh, yeah. That Cabernet was really good.
And we have it for the lowest price in town.
We've got to get another bottle. So glad we found Ruthie.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, be 21.
Stop paying all those crazy fees on ticket apps. Need tickets? Stay local and call Awesome Tickets. Big games, big concerts, big events. Awesome Tickets is your personal ticket broker. Any city, any event. Awesome Tickets has your tickets for all the sports, concerts, and events from San Antonio to Las Vegas. Avoid the ticket app fees. Since 1994, Awesome Tickets is local and veteran-owned. Call 210-226-5136 or online at awesometix.com. That's awesometix.com.
Tour a Meritage home to start living the dream of owning a new home. Each Meritage home is built with the energy and money-saving features like spray foam insulation and high-performance air filtration. Check out any of our communities across the San Antonio metro area and find the perfect fit to start a life built better. Go to meritagehomes.com/San Antonio to learn more and to schedule a private or virtual appointment today. That's meritagehomes.com/San Antonio. Actual energy savings and performance may vary. Meritage Homes is an equal housing opportunity builder.
It's raining in Austin. We're back on All Star Sports Radio, celebrating their 30th year. Our sportsbook and casino sponsor, BetUS.com, is going big.
That's right, Austin. Sports bettors can win a new truck, get the industry's biggest 125% sign-up bonus, and even get up to 30 risk-free bets.
Touchdown. BetUS also has a 150% casino sign-up bonus.
Blackjack, now you're talking, Austin. They also have live dealers and live betting on sports, including racetrack.
Get started today at BetUS.com, where the game begins.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Sunday, it's the Cowboys and Cardinals at 2:30 p.m.
Prescott with a quarterback option, running to the right, spilled, head over heels, into the end zone, touchdown Prescott.
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chunkla, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your home for the Blitz, 2 to 6 on YouTube, sasportstar.com. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM Floresville, San Antonio's Sports Center.
It is the big news of the day. The Chiefs and quarterback Patrick Mahomes have agreed to extend his contract, $210.6 million over the next 4 years, highest paid player in a 4-year span. Cowboys today released running back Ronald Jones. He was suspended for the first 2 games of the season. And San Antonio's own Josh Young, activated, will be in the lineup tonight for the Texas Rangers, who take on the Boston Red Sox. That's good for them.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the 3rd time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Glad to have you along on this Monday afternoon. Monday night doubleheader tonight. 2 different games.
Ought to be a lot of fun, that's for sure. And, of course, we've got Cleveland Browns, Pittsburgh Steelers right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. All kicks off at 6:30 with the pregame show.
Yeah, the great Kevin Harlan on the call.
Absolutely.
Game broadcast presented by Yuengling Traditional Lager. Speaking of Yuengling, plan ahead Thursday night. The Giants and San Francisco 49ers play. The Blitz on Thursday is going to be at Cigars International.
Wow.
So come pregame with us.
Absolutely.
We'll be on the air 2 to 6.
Yeah.
And our friends from Flight by Yuengling will be there with prizes to give away every hour. They always bring good stuff.
Always do.
Rudy J says he's going to show up and try to figure out which cigars pair well with Flight by Yuengling. And you can also register to win tickets to a game that a lot of you want to go to, especially if you're a fan of the Burnt Orange or maybe a Red and White School. Now, legally, we can't say the game because of all the contract stuff that goes with this. So Flight by Yuengling is a big sponsor of the State Fair. And you know, every year around the State Fair, you know, you go up there and there's a game in the Cotton Bowl, Saturday, October 7th.
Which is always a lot of fun.
Always a lot of fun. Half the stadium will be red, half the stadium will be orange.
Uh-huh.
We've got tickets to give away to that, where you can go get a Flight by Yuengling and Fletcher's Corny Dog, something like that.
Absolutely.
So on Thursday, you could register to win those tickets to a big game that we can't really tell you who's playing in, but you know what we're talking about. Wink, wink.
Absolutely. The best part about the state fair is if you can fry it, they've got it. I mean, they fry stuff I would never know. Like, how do you do fried ice cream?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, seriously,
You
without
take ice
the
cream and put it in the fryer.
Well, I know, but doesn't it melt? I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that they fry.
I have never been to the state fair.
Wow. I haven't been to the state fair, but I've been to that other little thing you were talking about.
Well, in this part of the conversation, you can talk about that because the promotion part is done, right? Because we're not associating Yingling with that because, sponsorship things.
I got you.
Yeah.
But I've been to that thing where half the stadium's orange and half is red.
Yeah, I've never gone to that. And a big reason, it's on the bucket list, but generally it's an 11 a.m. kickoff, right?
Typically it's early, yes, which used to make it hell because we wouldn't, back in the TV days, no flights, right? So you had to leave about 5 o'clock in the morning to get to Dallas for the kickoff.
Hence why I've never gone. Because I always have a Friday night football game.
Yep.
And then, of course, that game is on Saturday morning.
Uh-huh.
And hard to find a flight if you haven't really planned ahead.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's like yesterday, I was on a 9 o'clock, 8:45, whatever. No, 9:15 flight, boarded 8:45 to go to Dallas.
Uh-huh.
And then you're on the 9 o'clock flight home. There were some dudes that were on the plane coming home, and they had a great day in Dallas, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
They were on the 6 a.m. flight.
Oh, my.
I'm like, why were you on that one? He was the only one available.
Oh, wow.
And I knew my Saturday night, because I went to the Nothing More concert down at the Aztec. I was trying to change to the 11 o'clock, and it was sold out. And then the 1:30, yeah, that's a little too. That's pushing it. That's pushing it, especially because I want to tailgate some. So yeah, those early flights they kind of suck.
Yeah, but if you're going to the game, you got to get there and beat traffic, right? So you left at 9:15, got there about 10:15.
Yep.
Probably got to the stadium about 11.
Yep.
Ish.
Yeah, it was just literally land, no bags, go over to the stadium, find your tailgate buddies.
Yeah.
Start. The grill was already going, thank goodness.
Yeah.
And, have a couple of drinks outside because it's a lot cheaper than inside. And then you go in and enjoy the game, and then afterwards find your ride, find Uber, and go straight to the airport.
Get on a plane.
Have dinner at Love Field, and off you go. Watch a little of Sunday night football. So it's not bad.
No, it's really not bad. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
It's just hard to do for that early morning. Even a noon game is tough. It's a lot tougher, isn't it?
Well, it is because they did away with. So a noon game, if you're flying up on Sunday morning, Southwest, which is my personal private jet. But I like to share with 141 other people when I'm flying up to Dallas.
Well, that's nice of you.
They don't have like that mid-morning flight that could get you there. It's either stupid early or you're late.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's there's a good breakfast spot near the stadium called the Biscuit Bar, which is a great breakfast, the way they do things. So if you're on that early flight, you go to the Biscuit Bar. The only thing that sucks is they don't start serving mimosas until 10 a.m.
Yeah, on Sunday you can't
we
do
have
that.
this rule that you can't drink before 10 a.m.
10 o'clock, that's true. Well, you can have your own. They'll serve it to you on the Southwest Airline flight.
Well, yeah, that's true.
They'll do that.
That's true. They will do that. And then you go to work the next day. There's a lot of big events. People say, how do you do that during the week? You just make it work.
Yeah.
Like next Tuesday night, Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
In the Alamo Dome.
Wow.
And I was just told we've got Guns N' Roses tickets to give
Of
away.
course we do. Of course we do.
And I think I'm actually more excited about Alice in Chains opening for Guns N' Roses. Now, I bought my Guns N' Roses tickets before I knew Alice in Chains was going to be added to the bill. But
right.
Well, I'm a big Jerry Cantrell guy, so
nice.
Very excited about that.
Now, that was the one you were conflicted, right? Because isn't Pink in there the night before or the night after?
Yeah, Pink is next week, too.
Okay.
Do we have Pink tickets to give away?
Not by my knowledge.
Edwin
Nick on the
Hafner,
phone,
ladies and gentlemen.
Get Nick on the phone and get us a dude. If you've got a chance to go see Pink, go, because I saw her a couple weeks ago in Chicago at Wrigley Field. Phenomenal.
She like flies all over the place, right?
Yeah, that's a hell of a show.
I would like to. Guns N' Roses would be good. Maybe I could win these tickets.
Caller 9.
Caller 9.
Caller 9.
Is that what it is?
Well, you want to do it right now?
No, we don't have to do it right now.
I think it's do it right now.
Advertising for later. I mean,
that's
because I'm sure the phones are lighting up already.
I mean, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Guns N' Roses in the Alamo Dome.
Wow. And you could go on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Mm-hmm. Listen all week for your chance to win.
How about that?
We doing it now or we're doing it later?
I say we do it later.
Is it all these people that are calling in right now?
Well, they can hang up and call back.
I mean, why do you do that to people? You're
I just think, well, we've thrown it out there. And so now people are going to anticipate it. Say like, I don't know, we don't have to give a exact time, but.
Well, we should, because that creates appointment listening.
Well, we could do that.
The boss tell us that in the meeting.
I don't know. We got Jeff Traylor at 5:15.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, that's exciting in itself. Mm-hmm. People want to hear that. And so
we'll give them away before 5. How about that?
That's what I'm thinking. Sometime between
it's 4:10 right now.
Sometime between I don't know, 4:45 or 5:30 and how about we're going to give them away.
Let the blocking and tackling. Let me handle that.
In about 20 minutes.
You don't even know what time it is.
I don't. I have no clue.
You don't know how to work a clock.
Dude, I had a tough. I had a fun weekend too. I'm still recovering. It was a fun one.
It was a great weekend in the NFL as well. Let's go around the league as we continue here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. For all you people that are still dialing your phone, send those nasty tweets at Joe Reinigle 210. I'm at Jason Minix, but I was ready to do the giveaway.
I know.
Joe said, no, let's tease it for later. So before 5. Before 5.
Yes.
Before 5.
So
although Joe then started going 5:30 to 6. So I don't know. Before 6:30.
Between 4:30 and 5.
Okay.
How about that?
Sure.
We'll do that.
He just complicates
everything. Perfect. Edwin wasn't ready anyway to give those away. So
Edwin has paperwork to do and give it away. He would like to do the paperwork now and not later since he did the morning show and he's doing our show because Pledge is still recovering from his tailgate yesterday at the Texans game. So, yeah, I think he'd much rather give him away early. But no, Joe, we'll wait.
Yeah, I think we should.
We'll wait.
Edwin, you're good.
If you're having any issues at your house with your plumbing, your AC, there is one company to call, and that is Quartermoon Plumbing, Heating, and AC at 210-651-5899, 651-5899. At Quartermoon, they are experts at worst-case scenarios, big job, small job, residential or commercial. Their service trucks are fully stocked, and they have all the equipment needed for any job. They do not have commission sales reps. They'll provide estimates and second opinions, and they have a great experienced staff that has earned an A-plus ranking with the Better Business Bureau, and at Quartermoon, they are green certified. I know you're not thinking about it right now, but you do need to think about your heater. Not to turn it on, but to make sure it's ready when you do have to turn it on. And at Quartermoon, they have great maintenance programs that ensures your unit is ready for every season. Get that heater checked out before it's time to actually turn it on. Call Quartermoon at 210-651-5899, 651-5899, or go to the website, quartermoonplumbing.com.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Sunday, it's the Cowboys and Cardinals at 2:30 p.m.
Prescott with a quarterback option, running to the right, spilled, head over heels, into the end zone, touchdown Prescott.
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chunkla, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Craving a slice of melted cheese with fresh toppings and a perfect crust? Round Table Pizza is finally in the heart of Texas. Fresh pizza, hot wings, a salad bar, and their signature garlic parm twists. The perfect duos do exist. The freshest ingredients that burst with flavor in every bite. On the go? Pick up Round Table Pizza for dinner. Order today at roundtablepizza.com. Round Table Pizza is ready to serve it up hot and fresh. Find them in the Park North location.
Mother's Window Tint, your car stereo and auto security headquarters, has a smoking hot deal. Purchase any Mother's Window Tint, car stereo, remote start, or car alarm and get a 1 month free membership to the CFL Smoke Shop's private Amsterdam Club, located next to Mother's on 281 North. Make your car go thump, 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 mother thump with one of our subwoofers, stereos, backup cameras, name brands, and expert installation. Remember, do it at Mother's and save!
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Do you love wings but think they're not spicy enough? Well, Twin Peaks is launching a new wing sauce that is just for you, you hot little devil. Have your wings sauced and tossed in the new hottest sauce. That's the hottest wing sauce yet. Can you handle the heat? Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and those scenic views.
Did your yard look healthy last summer? If not, consider adding organic compost. This is Bobby Jenkins of ABC Home and Commercial Services. ABC offers a compost program that uses premium soil-enhancing material. It's the organic way of improving the health of your San Antonio yard. Plus, in addition to being more attractive, a healthy yard fends off disease and retains water more efficiently. For an organic boost, call ABC Home and Commercial Services, specialists for your environment.
Just call ABC Home and Commercial Services.
Experience first-class service at Mercedes-Benz of San Antonio. Shop incredible offers on a large inventory of new and slightly pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, like newly stocked certified 2023 C300 sedans at only $49,991. Plus, see our available low interest rates at mbofsa.com. That's newly stocked certified 2023 C300s for just $49,991. Experience the Mercedes-Benz of San Antonio difference today on San Pedro Avenue. For complete offer details, visit mbofsa.com.
Get yourself a Kinetico water system. I'm a huge fan of Kinetico water softeners. These things are quiet, efficient, reliable, and non-electric. But the best part is you'll save money when you own a Kinetico water softener. And I know, living in the hill country, you folks have some serious hard water that can cost you major money in cleaning supplies and wear and tear on your appliances. Plus, Kinetico water softeners are guaranteed to remove more impurities and perform with lower lifetime costs than any other softener on the market. Kinetico is a great choice for folks that are fed up with their old junky water softeners. So for the best water softener in the business and to save money, call Kinetico today.
This is Chris Knipple with Kinetico in San Antonio in the Hill Country. I'll let you try the Kinetico water softener for 90 days, absolutely free. Kinetico is simply the best water softener you can buy, and that's why we say it's the last water softener you'll ever own.
The last water softener you'll ever own. Call 656-PURE Kinetico.
Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/win and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/win. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
Must be present in a state where lawful to wager, must be 21 plus and present in select states. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit fanduel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, and Virginia. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona, 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut, 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana, 1-800-522-4700 or visit KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas, 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia or call 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming. Hope is here. Visit gamblinghelpma.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts or call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York.
Tuesday on R&R in the Morning, we got a doubleheader Monday night football game. We break down both games and all four quarterbacks. And at 7, we'll be joined by Fort Worth Star Telegram's own Clarence Hill Jr. Now back to the Blitz. Jason, can't be impressed with that win over the Jets. Can you? I mean, if Aaron Rodgers plays, they lose that game, right?
Oh, shut up, Rudy. Go back to talking about your Bears.
Boy, Justin Fields, man. He's struggling.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix. Yeah, the Bears suck.
They do suck.
And yes, I was impressed with that game.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not every day you get to see a field goal kicker make 5 field goals.
He scored 16 of the 30 points.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
Pretty good if you have him on your fantasy team.
Best kicker in the National Football League. And you didn't want him.
Dude.
You didn't want him. You said that on many occasions.
I never said I didn't want him.
Yeah.
I said I wanted him to have competition. When they got rid of the other guy, you were in camp. Were you comfortable with either one of them?
Sure.
You were not.
I've been singing Aubrey's praises,
dude. Go ahead.
Since then.
Just go hitch your wagon to a kicker.
I'm just saying.
You go with that.
Well, I mean, without that 16 points, geez. It's a 14-10 ball game.
I mean, Brett Maher would have made 3 of those.
Woo. Brandon Aubrey. And this guy doesn't just make them. I mean, it's like he splits the uprights.
You know, he had a good game. I'm comfortable with him now. I wasn't comfortable with what I saw in Oxnard, but I'm comfortable with him now. Now, speaking of field goal kickers, the University of Missouri has been fined $100,000 because their fans rushed the field after their win over Kansas State. Kicked a field goal at the end of that game to win it, which I believe is the longest in SEC history. It's Missouri over Kansas State. The rivals, all of that kind of stuff.
Well, Missouri hasn't been very good as of late. So to beat a Kansas State team that a lot of people feel could compete for the Big 12 championship, I think, who makes those rules?
What rules?
That you can't rush the field.
Well, the NCAA.
Well, screw them. They got no teeth anyway.
Well, still, I mean,
I mean, look, taking all the fun out of it.
Well, and again, you're telling fans not to. Now, technically, it's the SEC that is fined Missouri because I guess that's the rule. So maybe it's the SEC.
Jeez.
But fans rush the field all the time, and it's a big thing. And if you're at the University of Missouri, how do you not?
That's what I mean.
Rush the field?
You have to.
I mean, you went to that game expecting to get your ass kicked, right?
Yes, you did.
Yet they showed up. They played well. So it's nuts when you think about this kicker. You know, he shows up. He kicks the long field goal, and then during one of the highlight shows, the great Booger McFarland offered him some incredible advice for his Saturday night in Columbia.
61 yards out. Is it good? Yeah. They're partying in Columbia. It's the longest kick in SEC history.
He's going to have the night of his life in Columbia.
Yes, he is. There's no doubt.
Keep your clothes on tonight, young man.
No, what are you doing, Booger? He's a kicker. Let him have his moment.
Exactly. I hope he took his clothes off. I mean, he deserved a little fun, little action after that. Good for him. 61 yards.
You're gonna have the night of your life, but keep your clothes on?
No. No. No.
That was strange.
That was extremely strange, but that's all right. Booger trying to be funny.
Well, I mean, the fans are rushing the field. You're the kicker. I mean,
you're a hero. You go any bar after that or any party after that, and he probably gonna get lucky. And he might have to take his clothes off.
Well, you would hope. I mean, it's just, let's hear that again. Just the strangest advice from Booger McFarland.
Keep your clothes on tonight, young man.
You're going to have the night of your life. Keep your clothes on.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Booger wouldn't have kept his clothes on.
No.
So,
I mean,
you can't tell him that. Yeah. I hope he had a good time Saturday night after the game.
I think he could have just left it at, you're going to have the night of your life.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And that would have been good. But I mean, kickers need love too. Right?
I mean, you give enough to Brandon Aubrey.
I'm just saying.
He made 5 field goals and an extra point.
He did. 16 of the 30 points the Cowboys put on the scoreboard. Pretty impressive. And then the other 6 was courtesy of Jake Ferguson.
Well, there was more than just another 6.
Oh, I'm just saying. That's the only one I'm counting.
Yeah. Said
it was that other tight end, Schoonmaker, got the other one, didn't he? Yeah.
Still no touchdowns this year for CeeDee Lamb.
No, but he had a hell of a day. Jeez.
He did. We'll talk more about the Cowboys coming up. just after 4:30. Monday Night Football tonight. There's 2 games. And I'm actually more interested. I'm a music guy. In the new theme song that Monday Night Football is rolling out tonight. It's reimagining, according to ESPN's press release.
Reimagining.
That's what they said. They basically are redoing Phil Collins' song with Chris Stapleton, Snoop, and Cindy Blackman Santana. Turn it up, Edmund.
Yeah, the drums in that song are fantastic.
You hear that song, I don't care who you are except Edwin. You hear that song who had never heard it before. You go into that drum solo.
Well, Mike Tyson in The Hangover. That was his. Remember that? He said, wait.
Everybody does it.
Of
Everybody
course.
can sing that song, but Edwin Hafner. Everybody knows that song.
That's going to be in Edwin's head all night.
It's going to be in everybody's head
Everybody's head.
And I'm all right with that.
Yeah.
I can't sing, so I'm not going to be able to sing it.
Well, no, but you sing to yourself, don't you?
No.
You sing so badly you don't even want to hear yourself singing?
No, I'm not a sing in the shower type person.
Well, what about in your drive on the way home?
Mm-mm.
You never sing a song inside your head?
Not out loud, but in my head, yeah.
All right, so that song's going to be in your head later tonight.
You'll be humming.
You need to go home and listen to that song 3 or 4 or 5 different times.
You hear it enough on Monday Night Football all season.
Yeah, you will, because it's going to be their new song all year long.
Awesome. I like that.
You know, sometimes a song gets stuck in your head and you wonder why, and you're mad about it.
Yeah.
I'm not mad about this one.
No, that's a good song to be stuck in your head. Now, there's some really goofy ones that get stuck up in there, and then you're like, damn, I wish I could think of something else.
Your head and goofy and thinking of something else are things that generally don't go well together.
Exactly right.
Cowboys dominate the New York Jets. We'll get into that and take your phone calls coming up. 210-656.
The description of that game.
656-3776. You wouldn't say dominate?
I would say they
dominated.
They pulled away. Thanks to Brandon Aubrey.
You want to talk sense into Ryan Eagle, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. If you're shopping for a new vehicle, you want a deal that makes sense, you get in and see my friends at Ancira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ancira Itonado complex. Very easy for me to tell you about and recommend Ancira because I am a longtime Ancira customer, and it's because of their great customer service before, during, and most importantly, after the sale. That great customer service is why Ancira has been a top family-run dealership in San Antonio for decades. And you know Price made Ancira number one. Price keeps Ancira number one. So think Ancira. Ancira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ancira Itonado complex on I-10 West between Wurzbach and Huebner.
The law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, presents
94.1 San Antonio's Fall Golf Classic, Monday, October 2nd at Olympia Hills Golf Club. Get your slot now for $120 per person or $400 per foursome. Plus, a hole-in-one shot for your chance at $50,000 or a $1,000 gift card. 94.1 San Antonio's Fall Golf Classic, benefiting the Lupus Foundation of America, Lone Star Chapter. Presented by the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, Flight by Yingling, Twin Peaks, Renewal by Anderson, Meritage Homes, and Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar. Sign up now at sasportstar.com.
Lots of college teams have school traditions like Gig 'em. To get the word out about Quarter Moon Plumbing, AC, and Heating, I suggest we institute the following Quarter Moon Yell. Plum 'em!
Plum 'em?
We've got a whole team of fully stocked trucks, and our customers are the best in Texas. I say Quarter Moon, you say Plum 'em. Quarter Moon.
Folks, at Quarter Moon, we have a spirited tradition of solving every home problem imaginable, from plumbing to air conditioning to heating. Call Quarter Moon Plumbing, AC, and Heating day or night, and we'll fix them.
License number M16004, DACLA 0007435E.
At a time when you need it most, Diamonds Direct is doing something that seems impossible. They're rolling back finance rates to 0%. You heard it right. Now through October 1st, you can get 0.0 for 5 years. So that $10,000 engagement ring is around $167 a month. Rings, earrings, bands, bracelets, make any purchase, divide the price by 60, and that's your payment. No interest for 5 years. It's the only time this year you can do this. Get details, showroom hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion. On Free Credit.
I'm not exaggerating when I say this. QC Kinetics can change your life. You can live again without that chronic joint pain and without drugs or surgery. Hey, it's James Pledger with 941 San Antonio Sports Star, and QC Kinetics is advanced regenerative medicine. They take your body's own concentrated healing properties and put them right back into your joints to restore and repair that damaged tissue that's causing you all of that horrible pain. The patient satisfaction reports are astonishing. Finally, a real alternative to the old ways of dealing with pain. And unlike surgery, there's no downtime with QC treatments. If you have a constant pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, you need to call and get a free consultation. Imagine this fall, moving around pain-free, doing the things you love again, walking, hiking, grandkids. Call QC Kinetics and see how the latest advances in precision regenerative medicine can attack the pain and bring you lasting relief. Now is the best time to get started. 210-571-0318. That's 210-571-0318. Locations in Hollywood Park, Westover Hills, and New Braunfels.
Flight by Yingling. It's the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
At a time when you need it most, Diamonds Direct is doing something that seems impossible. They're rolling back finance rates to 0%. You heard it right. Now through October 1st, you can get 0.0 for 5 years. So that $10,000 engagement ring is around $167 a month. Rings, earrings, bands, bracelets, make any purchase, divide the price by 60, and that's your payment. No interest for 5 years. It's the only time this year you can do this. Get details, showroom hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion. On Free Credit.
Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing. Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at TSAOG.com.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Hey, sports fans, this is Ultimate Vegas Insider John Anthony, and I'm on fire. To prove it, I'm releasing your Monday Night Report absolutely free on a recorded message line. Mondays last year, 30-4. That's 88% winners. I'm red hot. Call 1-800-216-6615. Cleveland, Pittsburgh is a lock. Plus the total and base the parlay. 5 big plays, John Anthony has you covered. We go 5-0 the season free. 1-800-216-6615. Information wins. John Anthony Sports, #1 against the spread. I can prove it. Cleveland, Pittsburgh is a monster. Win the side, win the total. Parlays and teasers cash in. A $200 player wins $2,000 tonight. Recorded message, 1-800-216-6615. We go 5-0 the season free. 1-800-216-6615. That's 1-800-216-6615. Or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
It's the Awesome Tickets Pro Football Pick'em Challenge on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your shot at $50,000 nationally, while weekly winners locally get a $50 gift card to 5 Oaks Ace Hardware on Thousand Oaks. At the end of the season, locally, the best overall record wins the San Antonio Grand Prize of $1,000 worth of tickets to any event from Awesome Tickets.
Sign up today at sasportstar.com. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Monday afternoon, it's 4:34 at 5:15. Jeff Traylor is going to join us, talk about the upcoming game against Tennessee and what happened Friday night in the Alamo Dome as they lose to Army.
And coming up in a few minutes, Guns N' Roses tickets will be given away.
Yes, we will do that. You know, Jeff Monken from Army, the head coach there, he just got a contract extension and a raise.
Wow.
$2 million a year.
So you beat UTSA, and look what happens.
Yeah, he's done some really good things with that program. You know, as a Navy guy, you know, there was a stretch where I think in the Army-Navy series, Navy won like 17 in a row.
Uh-huh.
The number of classes that went through Army, went through West Point, that never sang second. He's done a tremendous job there. He's earned it. I just don't like seeing it the weekend after they beat UTSA.
That's all right. You know, geez. Army they've kind of got the Roadrunners number.
Here.
Right? Yeah.
But UTSA got them last year at their place.
Crazy.
Go figure.
Yeah.
The Cowboys dominate the New York Jets yesterday. Joe Reinagel does not like my phrasing there, my description of the way that game went. What was the final score?
It was 30-10.
All right. What did you guys think? 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776, or on Twitter at Joe Reinagel 210, at Jason Minix. Honestly, it was total domination, except the scoreboard could have been a lot uglier.
It could have. 5
field goals. Quite frankly, we expect so much more out of this offense. They threw for 255. They ran for 134. They dominate time of possession. They had 26 first downs to 12. The Cowboys were 9 of 18 on third down conversions. They were just crap in the red zone. 2 of 6 in the red zone. 2 of 5 on goal-to-goal efficiency. Yeah, I'm not happy with 5 field goals. I'm happy with the win. They dominated, but they've got to figure out how to punch the ball into the end zone.
Look, I'm looking at the scoring summary right here, and I can see with 7 minutes and 12 seconds left in the second quarter, it was 10-7.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Cowboys they score right before halftime, and I think an assist has to go to the Jets defense because there was a pass interference call that gave the Cowboys a first and goal at the 1. And then they score there, and there was another penalty which moved the ball up to the 1-yard line and allowed the Cowboys to go for the 2-point conversion. So I'm not taking anything away from the Cowboys there, but a little bit of an assist from that Jets defense.
Well, and again, especially in the second half when they started getting all the turnovers. I mean, they had 3 straight possessions where they got interceptions in that fourth quarter.
Now, were all 3 of Wilson's picks in the second half?
All 3. All of them late. You know, in the second half, it was, let's see, punt, fumble, punt, interception. Yeah. That's not good for the New York Jets. Great for the Dallas Cowboys defense, but you do have to get more out of the offense. They need touchdowns, not field goals. Mike McCarthy says, blame the idiot play caller.
Play caller was horse. You know, he's got to pick it up. So I mean, I was really proud of the offensive line just with all the changes and so forth. And yeah, I get it. You know, first and goal on a 6-yard line, and you know the first call they actually lined up. You know, I think the way with Hunter being new and so forth, so there's definitely an alignment that was we weren't expecting. So, but yeah, we definitely want to punch those in.
Well, and I know he does, but what I hear with that, Joe, is he started to and then didn't throw a player under the bus for doing something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently Hunter did something that kind of blew that play up, and then you're going backwards. Now, the Jets do have a great defense.
Yes, they do.
But 5 field goals probably doesn't get you a win at San Francisco in a couple 3 weeks.
No, or Miami for that matter. Or I mean, it's just that it's going to be tough, right? The Cowboys have some tough games on the schedule. They got to learn to punch it in, and look, they will. I think that offense is going to get better and better. I just got to say, everybody was down on Tony Romo there for a minute, right? And I just got to say this. He explained something yesterday that was outstanding. I think it was the final pick. Trayvon did, or it was Curse, I think, that got it may not have been the final pick.
The J-Ron Curse interception?
It was the J-Ron Curse interception because Garrett Wilson had gone by Diggs. He beat Diggs. And according to Tony Romo, he said, I want you to watch this, that Zach Wilson never looks the safety off. If he would have looked the safety off, according to Tony Romo, that would have been an easy touchdown. But he never looked him off. He zeroed in on Garrett Wilson the entire time. So here comes Curse across to help out Diggs, who, again, was beaten on that play. But I love kind of what the quarterback sees there and what he – so I think Tony Romo's great in the booth.
I was at the game, so I didn't get the benefit of the broadcast. But, and I believe Zach was scrambling on that drill. He seemed to be – or on that play. He was in the scramble drill mode seemingly in the entire second half, which – is by design with the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
This offense, the way this year's team is built, and I think, I don't want to say they're happy with field goals, but they're good with points on every drive because, as Dak Prescott said, you want to build the lead to make them one-dimensional for the other teams, for their defense.
Going out there, knowing that we can go get 7 points, we can be successful in our first drive and allow the defense to play with a lead. I mean, just back-to-back weeks now, you see when we get a couple of score lead, how tough it is on the other team, making them one-dimensional. Then our guys can go behind as the pass rushers, and just sets up the way that exactly how we want to play. So it's just fitting.
And I think about something that you said quite a bit last week, because we didn't really get a taste of what that Cowboys offense would be against the Giants and the weather and all that stuff in the opener and the big early lead with the defense and special teams touchdown. Is you said you would like to see the Cowboys get the ball first. Now, it's not typical of Mike McCarthy to win the coin toss and take the ball. So you were hoping the Jets would win the toss and defer. So Cowboys would go on offense first. Well, the Cowboys won the toss, and the Cowboys said, we want that offense first.
Well, it's just like anything. The coin toss is a decision that is part of the, game management, how you feel the offense, lines up against their defense and vice versa. So we just really wanted to get going today, and that first drive, we put a lot of work in the start of the game. And so we just wanted to try to get out in front was the outlook.
And I wanted to see that. And they it wasn't a test, but they did what they needed to do. They drove the ball down the field. That was a brilliant way to start the football game. And that said a lot. I think the Jets adjusted a little bit after that. And again, they're a really good defensive squad. So, hats off to the Cowboys, honestly, for what they did, because especially, I didn't say between the 20s. I mean, heck, they would get down, first and goal, and they just couldn't punch it in from there. But they moved the football, and they moved it very well.
And that is, I mean, when you think about this Dallas Cowboys team, and opening drive, 12 plays, 75 yards. Then they go 3 and out. Then they have a 14, 80-yard drive that ended in a field goal. Then a 3 and out. Then a 13-play drive. And then a 12-play drive, field goal. A 4-play drive, field goal. 12-play drive, field goal. 6 plays, 3 plays, 5. But he only had a couple of 3 and outs. They dominate time of possession, 42-15 to 17-45. The 26 first downs. They were great everywhere offensively in that game. No turnovers, not a lot of penalties. They just couldn't punch it into the end zone as much as you expect them to. And that is something that I think ultimately over time they've got to get that figured out.
As good as that defense is, too, to have the offense control the football the way that the Cowboys were able to do that yesterday, it just makes that defense that much better. I mean, they're sitting over there, they're rested, they're ready to go, and the Cowboys moved the football. They moved it very well. It's just they've got to punch it in, especially when you're lined up against some of these other teams that are going to be difficult. Miami, San Francisco, Philadelphia, those teams, you got to score touchdown.
The defense was so good yesterday. The Jets had only one drive that had double-digit plays, and that was an 11-play drive that ended in a field goal. Outside of that, the number of plays on their drives, 3, 7, 3, 1, which is that big play for a touchdown, 11, 3, 2, 3, 3, 6, 5. I mean, they just couldn't get anything going. And a big part, like Breece Hall's like, well, yeah, we suck because I only touched the ball 4 times. Dalvin Cook only had 4 carries as well. Zach Wilson was your leading rusher with 5 carries for 36 yards. And I don't think any of those 5 were actual design runs. That was him scrambling for his life.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But that's what, I look at Nathaniel Hackett and the weakness that everybody said that the Cowboys have tried to address is their run defense. Why in the world would you not run the football, ad nauseum, just trying to do anything to run that football? Maybe it's their offensive line issues. I don't know. But Breece Hall had a great game last week. Dalvin Cook, so. But pound those 2 guys. Run those 2 guys. Test that Cowboys run defense. They didn't do that. They only ran the football 16 times. And I just think, man, that should have been at doubled or tripled at least.
Now, you would think, but when they did run it, it's not like they ran it successfully. As much as we talk about the Cowboys' run defense not being very good, it's not like you saw early big plays. And I think, for those of you that watch UTSA and Army on Friday, when you have limited possession time, because the time of possession was eerily similar to what Army had over UTSA, you only get so many plays. So the few run plays are magnified. And then as the Cowboys built the lead, the Jets got out of their offense and they had to try to throw just to make it competitive again. They had to abandon their run game. Now, I thought they did a little too early, but a big part of that is the way the Cowboys set up. And that game, while the 30-10 was your final score, that was one, if 2 of those 5 field goal drives end in touchdowns, and they did have a touchdown called back late, right? But if add 2 more touchdowns, they might have hung 50 on that Jets team.
Well, and they may have, but I disagree with them taking it. It was 18-10 at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
It was a game going into the third quarter. Jets were just 1 possession down. And if everybody's saying how horrible Zach Wilson is, why in the hell would you put the game in his hands?
Especially when you've got Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook. I'm with you.
You have got to try to run the football. And I just think they gave up on it too early. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe the Cowboys had them figured out and it wasn't going to work. But, man, you got to keep trying to run that football against the Cowboys defense.
Although I think the Cowboys defensive game plan, and I haven't heard anything from Dan Quinn yet. He normally talks, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Yeah.
It looked like that defense was set up to stop the run. And so they were kind of daring Zach Wilson to beat you with the way they were lining up defensively.
That's true.
So it could go either way. A great defensive performance, an offensive performance that was outstanding with the exception of 5 field goals. You look at their run totals, you look at the passing from Dak Prescott, turnover-free game for that Cowboys offense, it was there. But again, the biggest question mark now is going to be they've got to figure out how to get that ball into the end zone, get touchdowns instead of field goals. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Gary, you're on the Blitz.
Hey, guys, I watched that game. I always watch and record the game so I can go back and pick things apart. What I think that the Cowboys should have done a couple of those times when they were in goal line situations, rather than trying to make Hunter Lepke,
yeah,
blocking back. Yeah, instead of trying to make him a blocking back, when he's in North Dakota State, when he's back there in that I formation, that dude is running the ball. Run that ball, let him run that ball on the 1 yard line. I would put a tight end up there, kind of like an offset, like lead block, like he's going to block. And the problem, the Jets had the most problem when the Cowboys looked like they were going to run the ball, and he faked it, and he threw it out to a tight end. Because if you have a tight end in the backfield, then you don't know that tight end is going to block, or if he's going to slip out into the secondary for a pass, or you can just hand the ball off to that 234, 240-pound Lepke. He's supposed to get you 1 yard.
Well, that's it. And Gary, I mean, ultimately, I think you'll see a lot of different creative things out of the Cowboys. I thought they tried to get a little too cute, yesterday, especially with that run with Hendershot. You've got Turpin running the ball out of the backfield. And the only problem that I have with the Turpin plays, because we've seen it 2 weeks in a row now. You remember Dwayne Harris?
Oh, yeah.
Who was the other guy that they had? Remember, he got in trouble at the beginning of camp one year. But they, Jason Garrett would have these guys in. As soon as they came in, you knew a jet sweep was coming. Every time I see Turpin lining up, you know exactly what is coming.
Well, I'll give Mike McCarthy credit for one thing. Nobody saw Peyton Hendershot coming. And nobody saw that. It's just Hendershot didn't finish. And that was the problem. I don't think anybody saw that thing happening.
Lucky Whitehead. Thank you, Edwin. I mean, but you look at it, and again, on Twitter, Dave and SA tweets in at Jason Minix. Also, please include at Joe Reinagle 210. So, when you tweet, we both see it. Feels like we're missing the presence of Dalton Schultz, especially in the red zone. There might be some truth there, but the tight ends did struggle last week against the Giants. They really worked the tight ends against the Jets yesterday, and you had two of the tight ends getting touchdowns. Dak Prescott is at least seemingly very confident with that young tight end room.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just taking what it gives us, what they were giving us. I mean, you go back and you look at last week, we didn't shy away from throwing it to him. Even as you just said, with the ball being wet, being a tough day to handle the ball, they were still getting the opportunities. And I don't know if they had more or less tonight, but that's just kind of the way the game plan goes. Spread it out. I'm looking for the matchups. I'm taking what the defense gives me, and they just made those plays tonight that they did in the last week. And that's why I told y'all, a young group, but a group that is very, very confident in themselves. I'm very confident in them, and yeah, they're only going to do that, and really should be third. I mean, I miss Ferg on another one down in the red zone. Coming out of the second half? So I mean, that's their standard, and they'll continue to play like they did this week for the rest of the season rather than last.
And that's what I mean. I mean, you can talk about Dalton Schultz all you want to, but they've got three tight ends, and I'll say two because Schoonmaker, look, he impressed me yesterday. Hendershot has come out of nowhere. You know how I feel about Ferguson. But yeah, there should have been a second one to Ferguson. He was open in the end zone, and Prescott just missed him.
He missed him.
So, I mean, I think the tight end group is just fine. And can we stop with the Tony Pollard not being a bell cow? 25 carries yesterday, and it turned out just fine.
Yeah, but down near the goal line, you gave the ball to a tight end. Let your running back run it in. He's on my fantasy team.
Dowdle, too, for goodness sake.
All right. Beto, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
Hello?
Yeah, Beto, you're on.
Hey, man, how you guys doing?
Good.
Love your show. Appreciate it. I mean, it's I always listen to you. Me and my son, when we come back from school, we're always talking about you guys. And
appreciate it.
But yeah, my son's being a kind of like a cowboy hater, but at the same time, he sees a game and he sees like, hey, we're dominant, but either or. Micah Parsons, wow, I can't believe the way he plays. Like, it's so out of there. It's like he's just dominant, So what can he do to protect himself? Because I saw last night that he bumped into Lawrence, and he was kind of limping, What can we do to protect him?
Honestly, he's just got to be smart. I don't know that you can. He plays at such a level, and he brings everybody else along with him. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence had some plays yesterday. Everybody on that defense seemingly making plays, and Micah Parsons is leading that group. Watching some of the post-game coverage and in the drive from the stadium to Love Field, listening to some of the post-game show comments, Micah Parsons, Defensive Player of the Year, that dude wants to be in the MVP conversation. And 2 weeks in, well, that's a quarterback award. He's going to be in the conversation. He'll end up with the DPOY trophy, but he's certainly in the conversation for MVP, but you know, it'd go to a quarterback.
He pulled the football away from, I'm not sure, it was
Dalvin Cook.
Dalvin Cook. I mean, just ripped the football out of his hands. It was fantastic.
That play in the stadium, that place was nuts in the stadium when he ran into the end zone. We all thought it was a touchdown.
Yeah.
All right. They're going to review it's a scoring play. You saw the first replay. Well, everybody say, "Oh, we got this." And then you realize on like the third replay they show, his ass cheek is sitting on that dude's foot, and that keeps. I mean,
that's all that it was.
And then is the ball touching his? There it goes.
That's all that it was. It was one hell of a play.
End up with a damn.
It was one hell of a play. There's no question about it.
You know, it's going to be one hell of a show Tuesday night in the Alamo Dome. Guns N' Roses coming to town with Alice in Chains. We've got a pair of tickets to give away right now. We're talking about them. Micah Parsons. We're going caller number 11 right now. 210-656-ESPN. 656-3776. Caller 11, you're going to win a pair of tickets to see Guns N' Roses in at the Alamo Dome on September 26th. Listen all week to the Blitz, to Rob and Rudy, R&R in the morning, weekdays from 6 to 10 for your chance to win tickets to go see GNR Tuesday in the Alamo Dome. Jeff Traylor will join us coming up at 5:15.
Hey, I know it's getting cooler a little bit, but it's still hot. And this is when you can take advantage of some great deals. And Woods Comfort Systems has got a great deal right now. Got a new energy-efficient AC system for your home. Well, get this deal from Woods Comfort Systems. $3,700 in rebates and tax credits. And then Woods is going to throw in a free smart thermostat, a free 12-year parts and labor warranty, a free MERV 11 media filter, plus you're going to get a free Solaris indoor air quality package to boot. That is incredible. You know this special is not going to last long, so you might want to give them a call now. Schedule your visit with one of Woods Home Comfort Advisors. You can do that by calling 512-842-5066. That's 512-842-5066. Look, I know the Woods family. I've known them my entire life, just about. Grew up with the Woods family in my hometown of Alice, Texas. And I tell you what, they've been in the AC business for over 60 years. They got to be doing something right, and they want to take care of you, and they will. Woods Comfort Systems, 512-842-5066, or you can visit woodscomfortsystems.com.
The Jim Rome Show, weekdays at noon.
I love San Antonio, man. I love it.
On 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
O'Reilly. Do you need new wiper blades but aren't sure which ones are right for you? The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. We'll show you the best options for your specific vehicle and even install your new wipers for free. And right now, save $10 per pair on Bosch Focus wiper blades, plus get 2 times O-Rewards points. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about 2 things: the one-of-a-kind wood-fired flavor of a Traeger Ironwood XL grill and football. That's right, Desmond Howard. Get fired up for the game in just a tap with Traeger's intuitive touchscreen. Then throw on your favorites and monitor the grill from anywhere with Wi-Fi technology. So you spend less time staring at the grill, which means more time for football. Upgrade your Saturday with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
It's Raymond and Austin. We're back on All Star Sports Radio, celebrating their 30th year. Our sportsbook and casino sponsor, BetUS.com, is offering a 125% sign-up bonus plus up to 30 risk-free bets.
It's called Bet Protect, the perfect offer for crazy plays, like the famous butt fumble. It's the GOAT of embarrassing plays.
Really, remember when you bet me you could do a live show with a GOAT as your co-host, and he face-kicked you?
Thankfully, I didn't take the under on that one.
Anyway, folks, get Bet Protect today, the industry's biggest 125% sign-up bonus plus up to 30 risk-free bets. BetUS.com, where the game begins.
Lots of college teams have school traditions, like Gig 'em, to get the word out about Quarter Moon Plumbing, AC and Heating. I suggest we institute the following Quarter Moon Yell. Plum 'em!
Plum 'em?
We've got a whole team of fully stocked trucks, and our customers are the best in Texas. I say Quarter Moon, you say Plum 'em. Quarter Moon!
Folks, at Quarter Moon, we have a spirited tradition of solving every home problem imaginable, from plumbing to air conditioning to heating. Call Quarter Moon Plumbing, AC, and Heating day or night, and we'll fix them.
License number M16004, DACLA 0007435E.
If you get arrested, get out of jail fast by calling AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747 or online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to. Don't be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you one, make sure you understand the conditions before accepting it. AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They have payment plans. Call 210-225-2121 or mybestbailbonds.com.
License number 149.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go, so I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partner with Beacon. With the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like Certainty Landmark Pro, right at my fingertips. It's like having my Beacon rep in my pocket 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through November, purchase Certainty through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
Klein Tools are new at Lowe's, pros. Lowe's knows you want top brands and quality products, and Klein Tools delivers. Right now, get the Klein 3-piece Modbox mobile workstation for $319.94 and the Klein 5-piece cushion grip screwdriver set for just $34.97, both exclusively at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein Tools, the highest quality tool brand at Lowe's. Because Lowe's knows tools, Lowe's knows pros.
KTFM Floresville. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, your home for the Aggies. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, the Cowboys must be pretty happy with the running back situation because today they released Ronald Jones just as he came off suspension. Chiefs and quarterback Patrick Mahomes, well, they've reached a deal on a new contract, $210 million from 23 to 26, makes him the highest paid player in a 4-year span. And we have Monday Night Football tonight right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, the Steelers hosting the Browns.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. You can always be a part of the show. You can dial up or text 210-656-ESPN. 656-3776, tweet, X, whatever, at Joe Reinagel 210. Tweet at me at Jason Minix. If you're watching on YouTube, you can comment there. Subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. If you're listening online at sasportsstar.com, we certainly appreciate that. And while you're at sasportsstar.com, make sure and sign up for our golf tournament. We are 2 weeks away.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2
Olympia
weeks.
Hills, October 2nd. Get your foursomes in. We're running out of space. I think 8 teams, 9, whatever. Well, we got the update today, but I know we've added since then throughout the day. You're 2 weeks away. Get your foursome in. It's $100. It's easy.
Not many spots left. Get in there. I can't wait for that. 2 weeks from today. Outstanding.
The Fall Golf Classic brought to you by the Lofts of Jesse Hernandez, Flight by Yingling, Twin Peaks, Renewal by Anderson, and Meritage Homes.
Cowboys
Benefits
probably
the Lupus
4-0 by
Foundation.
then, don't you think?
Probably.
Probably.
Oh, of course they will be.
I'm just saying.
Of course. We've got 2 Monday night games tonight. One on this radio station, because you can only play one at a time. So we think we picked the better of the 2. So we'll have Cleveland against Pittsburgh. And partly because Kevin Harlan will be on the call.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager at 6:30. That'd be a good time. On Thursday this week, because even though we're not done yet with week 2, we're looking ahead to week 3. San Francisco against the Giants.
Yeah, no Saquon Barkley.
We're going to pregame at Cigars International, which is going to be a lot of fun over
That
there
is
off
gonna
of
be
I-10.
fun.
Absolutely. We'll be out there from 2 to 6. Now, our friends from Flight by Yingling are going to give away prizes every hour.
Yeah.
And we're going to be able to register. You're going to be able to register to win tickets for legal reasons we can't tell you. But we can tell you it's the game at the State Fair.
Yes.
October 7th.
Every October.
At the Cotton Bowl. If you're one that especially wears burnt orange a lot, you're going to want to register to win these tickets. Although half the people at the stadium will be wearing red.
They will.
As they drive across the border. So that's the game that we are giving away sponsorship stuff. We can't actually say we're giving away tickets to
that. Yeah.
But we are giving away tickets to
that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's always a good time, by the way. That is a great time, in fact.
A game I've never been to in person.
You need to go. You need
I do
put it
need
on
to
your
go.
bucket list.
I do.
For sure.
I do need to go. The UTSA Roadrunners, they've got that other team that wears orange and has UNT in their they got Tennessee this week after the loss to Army this past week. We'll talk more about it coming up in about 10 minutes. Jeff Traylor will join us. Now, somebody's giving you crap on the text line about our picks.
I know it. It's a dude named Roger. And it's week 2. See, typical Cowboy fan.
Well, what do you mean?
Already won the Super Bowl after week 2.
How do you even know this is a Cowboy fan?
Because I've seen his text. That's why.
He's tied for first in our Pro Football Pick'em Challenge at sasportstar.com after this week. Now,
after week
2 more games to go tonight. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do you got? About 6 guys that are currently tied for first. So the weekly gift card to Five Oaks Ace Hardware over there on Thousand Oaks will go to the tiebreaker that, on the score that you have for one of the Monday night games.
I
do notice Rob Thompson has fallen off the leaderboard. Now, knowing Rob, he either didn't make his picks, forgot, or he went back to picking like Rob typically picks.
My guess would be he forgot.
Yes.
That would be my guess.
I'm currently tied for third. I didn't have a great week. I need 2 more wins tonight that are going to help on my overall pro football picks. My college picks this week were pretty good in our prime picks on the Blitz segment. I went 8-2 on the 10 games that we picked.
You're a traitor, though. You took Army.
I did.
You did.
And I went 8-2
wow.
this week. That doesn't make who I pick and who I root for can be 2 very different things.
Just saying.
I was rooting for UTSA. I'm a Navy guy. It's always beat Army. But when you're picking games, you have to pick with who you think's going to win. And I thought Army was going to win, and they did.
Well, you got lucky.
I got lucky.
You got lucky.
I got lucky. Sure.
Yes.
Dude, I watched the football team, and we'll talk about it with Jeff Traylor, play a damn near perfect game.
Yeah.
I mean, no penalties. No penalties for an entire football game?
That's incredible. That is incredible.
They controlled the clock. They had a 45-minute time of possession.
Yeah.
And yet UTSA still had a chance late.
They had a shot. That's a Jeff Traylor team. Yeah, you can never count them out. And, obviously they missed Frank Harris, although
Eddie Lee
played well. So we'll talk to him. And they got a big one against Tennessee. And I know they had some a couple of more injuries this Friday night. So
and Tennessee is coming off of a bad loss to Florida. I was really hoping Tennessee. Well, one, I thought Tennessee would beat Florida. Two, I'd much rather, if I'm UTSA, go into Tennessee after they had a big win over Florida and they look on the schedule going, who is this? Utsa?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Josh Heupel will have their attention this week.
Yes, he will.
The question is, will Frank Harris play? We will ask that of Jeff Traylor next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. If you need an electrician, and when you need an electrician, you know Hill Electric is available to you 24/7 for residential and commercial needs. I know I've used Hill Electric for a variety of projects at my house through the years. They've added extra outlets in the garage. They put up a big old spotlight over one of the grills outside, dimmer lights in the living room. They do fantastic work and have for over 3 decades. The family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. They have the right service for you at the right price, never a service charge, and always free estimates. So call Hill Electric at 210-404-9074, 404-9074, or hill-electric.com.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Sunday, it's the Cowboys and Cardinals at 2:30 p.m.
Prescott with a quarterback option, running to the right, spilled, head over heels, into the end zone, touchdown Prescott.
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chunkla, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It can happen in an instant. A car accident can change your life forever. From serious injuries to mounting medical bills to battling insurance companies, accidents make life harder than it should be. If you've been in an accident, George Salinas Injury Lawyers are here for you. They're local, experienced, and ready to fight for results that make a difference. If you've been injured, don't call just any lawyer. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers at 210-225-0909 or visit georgesalinas.com.
George gets justice.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means, wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match, only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Exergen thermometers are the smart choice when selecting a thermometer. With children back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Got a fever? Stay home. To detect fever accurately at home, you need a clinically accurate, fast, and non-invasive thermometer. The Exergen thermometer is backed by over 100 clinical studies. Accuracy matters. Be smart and safe. Measure accurately with Exergen thermometers. Available at Walgreens. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Hi, this is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Visit CordellCordell.com to take the first step.
Offices in San Antonio, Austin, and St. Louis. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Online at CordellCordell.com.
Smoker's Paradise, your premium smoke shop. Vaporizers, disposable e-cigarettes, hookah accessories, water pipes, cigars, and more. Now with 15 area locations, including the newest location at South Cross and Highway 37. Visit SmokersParadise.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. It's Raymond in Austin. We're back on All-Star Sports Radio. Celebrating their 30th year, our sportsbook and casino sponsor, BetUS.com, is going big.
That's right, Austin. Sports bettors can win a new truck, get the industry's biggest 125% sign-up bonus, and even get up to 30 risk-free bets.
Touchdown. BetUS also has a 150% casino sign-up bonus.
Blackjack, now you're talking, Austin. They also have live dealers and live betting on sports, including racetrack.
Get started today at BetUS.com, where the game begins.
It can be stressful when unexpected expenses come up, but Dave can help. Dave is the banking app that could help you get up to $500 instantly with extra cash. No interest, late fees, or credit check. Join the millions of people who have downloaded Dave and get up to $500 instantly with extra cash. Download the Dave app right now or go to dave.com. For terms and conditions, go to dave.com/legal. Instant transfer fees apply. Banking services provided by Evolve. Member FDIC.
Welcome to What If,
the show where I, Jake from State Farm, answer your insurance what-ifs. Today's caller is Gio. What's up?
Hey, Jake, what if I'm shopping for a new policy, but there are so many options that I freeze up and just can't choose?
It's okay. An agent can help you choose the right coverage. At State Farm, we're there for your what-ifs.
Oh, now what if I need help deciding on dinner?
Tacos.
Good idea.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Now is the best time to buy a Connecticut water softener. With current models being closed out to make way for the new ones, you can save big. Call Connecticut at 656-PURE and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you. That's 656-PURE.
It's football season and the Roo Pub is kicking off their 10-year anniversary party. Over the past decade, the Roo Pub has proven to be the best place to watch a game with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. College football, pro football, the games are on at the Roo. Aggie fans, every game will be on with sound. And when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Celebrating 10 years, the Roo Pub next to the Angry Elephant, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
The Jim Rome Show, weekdays at noon.
I love San Antonio, man. I love it.
On 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Corners are really, really deep. Army plays 7 off the line. This is going to be a Hail Mary. Eddie Lee Marburger heaves one to the end zone. Oh, they cannot. He did! Pryor answered. Touchdown, the Roadrunners. Wow.
The Hail Mary at the end of the first half. UTSA and Army, audio courtesy of ESPN television. And you think about, at that point, 20-14. As bad as things had gone for UTSA in the first half, they cut it to 20-14 with a play like that going into the locker room. It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Expect a call from Coach Jeff Traylor any moment now. And at that point, I thought UTSA is going to win this game. After they got that Hail Mary, they were down 14-0. And then all of a sudden you go into the locker room at halftime and it's 20-14. Feeling pretty good about UTSA's chances in the second half.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that's typical for UTSA. They're never out of a game. And that kind of thing, going into the locker room, especially with a play like that, you got to be feeling really good about yourself. But as you've mentioned, Army just didn't make any mistakes. No. I mean, they just did not, and just kept pounding away. And there you go. That's what happened.
And again, it was a strange game. A game in which one of the comments that Jeff Traylor made after, and it made a headline on Barstool Sports, when he was like, there's got to be a better way to make a living.
Yeah, no doubt. Right.
And Barstool was writing about it. And, you thought, all right, I mean, you got to know Jeff Traylor. But if you don't know Jeff Traylor, and that was the writer for Barstool said, you got to love a coach that has that kind of passion for his team. That some of these coaches, they make millions. You lose a game, you win a game. Yeah, you're mad about it, but you sleep well every night. I don't think Jeff Traylor slept well Friday night. We'll ask him when he calls in. He might be napping now.
Well, he probably hasn't slept well since. Although, they usually try to flush that last week away and get ready for what's a huge challenge, obviously, this week, going up to Tennessee. I know there were a lot of Roadrunner fans making plans to head up there and see that game in person. So hopefully there'll be a good representation of UTSA fans rocking the house there in Knoxville.
I wonder if you're a UTSA fan this week, do you wear all blue? If you wear your orange, you might blend in.
You'll blend right in. You got to wear blue.
I mean, it's a different shade of orange. But
good point.
If you're road tripping to this game, this is where you go with your UTSA blue, not your UTSA orange.
Yeah, so that's good advice. Good advice.
That's what I'm here for.
Blue and not orange. Because, Tennessee's orange.
Tennessee's orange. It's going to be a wild game. And I do know a lot of people are road tripping to this one. They've made their plans for a long time. And for UTSA to go on the road to play in Knoxville, 100,000 people. I know a lot of UTSA fans that are going to that game. They're going to have fun. but Tennessee's coming off a loss as well. So it's going to be interesting. Let's talk about it with the head coach of the UTSA Roadrunners, Jeff Traylor, joining us now on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Coach, before we talk Tennessee, have you gotten much sleep since the game on Friday night?
It's been tough. It's not just that game. It's just been the whole 3 weeks so far. We're just better than what we're playing, and that responsibility is on me, and it's frustrating. I was really excited about this team we had returning. I knew the schedule was going to be really tough, but I was excited about that too. And I've said this a million times. I know y'all get tired of all my analogies, but it's the book's not over, but the first 3 chapters have been written. In the first chapter, our defense plays incredible. Our special teams is garbage. We turned the ball over 3 times. We lose to Houston in a very close game. Game 2, Texas State, another rivalry game. Our offense gets better. Our special teams gets better. Our defense plays really well. Great win. Still some stuff to clean up, but we're moving the right way. Game 3, our offense plays better again. Our special teams plays better. And the strength of our team, just could not get them off the field. And I really thought it was because we didn't play hard, but when you watch the video, we played our tails off. Army just plays hard too. It was 2 programs that are very proud, take a lot of pride in how hard they play, and they just outplayed us. They outcoached us, and that's on me.
Jeff, though, when you look at Army in that game, and Jason and I have been talking about it all day, how Army just played a near perfect football game. I mean, no penalties, and they just didn't make any mistakes to help out a little bit.
Yeah, and if you look at our mistakes, the 1 turnover was just a killer. We had 3 miscommunications in the back end of the secondary that literally cost us 21 points. We only gave up 3.1 yards rushing per carry. The problem is they were going for it on all 4th downs, so 4 times 3 is 12 yards of freaking 10, right? We only had 5 penalties. We had 1 on an extra point when our new right guard, who weighs 365 pounds, forgot. When you score, you stay on the field, and you're on the field goal team. So by the time we ran off the field and ran back on the field, we took a delay of game. We took a delay of game on a punt, which is on me totally for arguing with the officials on a DPI where I should not have lost my cool. I should have kept my composure. That's 2 of our penalties. We jumped off sides twice, it killed us. And then we had the defensive pass interference. So we only had 5 penalties ourselves. It wasn't like we were high there. But our inability to be disciplined enough on the onside kick, we just blocked him like 1 second too soon. To not be better on 3rd down and 1, we did not pick up a pressure, so now it's 4th down and 1. Then we all jump off sides. How mysterious is that? That all of us jump off sides at the exact same time. I can't imagine what would make us all jump off at the exact same time. It was just frustrating as heck.
I can only imagine how frustrated you were because they ran the ball, 65 times? And not
68. 68 people blocked us 68 times. So if you do the math, it's right at 560 blocks. And they were so perfectly coached, they did not have 1 holding penalty the entire ball game.
It's crazy. Now, I want to go back to the DPI that wasn't called on Army. Now, this is what it sounded like on ESPN television.
Tight end. Low snap. Marburger lets it fly. He wants Carpenter. Incomplete. No flag on the play.
No flag. I'm screaming at my television, no flag. And then Andre Ware on the broadcast says, I think that was clean. I mean, you obviously were arguing with the official. You've seen the tape at this point. How is that not called? I mean, he didn't play the ball. And he never looked back at the ball, and he hit the receiver before the ball got there. It was like the definition of pass interference.
Well, here's one that people don't really realize. In high school and college football, you don't have to play the ball. You can face guard in high school and college. It's totally different than NFL. In the NFL, you have to turn around and play the ball. So Andre was correct. Where he was incorrect, when you don't play the ball, Jason, in college football, the emphasis now is there cannot be contact made before the ball is there. If you go back and watch the play, the ball, it was clearly he hit him and then the ball came in. So Andre was wrong. The officials admitted they missed the call. I've got the ruling right in front of me right now. So they do a great job at this chapter of really when you turn in your calls, and every call I've turned in so far this year they've agreed with, there's going to be missed calls. We've got to be better. And we had to be a better football team to overcome those kind of calls. And right now, we're just not good enough to overcome those kind of calls. And we've had 3 of them in 3 straight weeks that we just haven't been able to overcome. Now, we did it versus Texas State, but that extra point ruling was unbelievable when they snapped the ball and they got to do it again. That blew my mind.
When you're having the conversation, the very polite conversation with the referee after that missed call, does he admit it there that he missed it? Or is that
No,
just...
he stood by it. He stood by it, but as I wore on him more and more, and the more I kept showing the replay, when our guys up top keep showing the replay, and you're allowed, because they don't peek. They act like they don't peek up there. They peek because they want to know if they missed it or not. I could tell he knew he had probably missed it. Now, I will say they are emphasizing that call right now. On a bang-bang play live, they don't want it called. They're trying. This is all about TV down there. They don't want many penalties out there. So they're doing their best to not do it. It's a tough situation. I was way more that hurt us because of the timing of it. You know what I mean? That was really just a momentum killer. But we've got to be better. And it's going to make us better. When we get on the plane and we go to Temple, we're going to be 0-0 no matter what happens against Tennessee. We cannot lose sight of that. We've got to keep getting better as a football team. It's my job. And I regret so much. In jest, y'all know sometimes I can be, I think that's why we get along so well. I can be satirical, sarcastic at times. And you should never do that with the media. I know better. They grabbed it and ran with it. And when I said, there's got to be an easier way to make a living, I regret saying that.
Why? You made Barstool, though. I mean,
I know, but it sounds like I'm a whiny, suck it up, buttercup kind of guy. And I was just being funny. And I apologize. There's no job I'd rather have in the world.
Well, see, and I
appreciate you CSA Roadrunner.
Jeff, we were talking about this earlier on the Blitz. People that don't know you probably looked at that one way, but the guy that wrote the article, who probably hasn't watched a lot of UTSA football, said he loved that your coach cares. So many coaches, they might be mad that they lost, but they don't lose sleep. But those that know you understand what you meant by that comment. No need to apologize for that.
Well, I appreciate it. I just don't want to ever come across as like I'm not. I didn't go to bed at 4 that night. I watched the game twice, and I'm usually right when I see the game live, but I was wrong. Like, I thought my defense didn't show up. They played their freaking tails off. And I'm going to give Army a ton of credit. They hit about 75% of that offense from us. They played 2 bad football teams before they played us, and they just sat on it. They had our game circled. They were really ticked from the year before us beating them up there, and they did a great job. And when you don't get to see the whole team's offense, it's hard to prepare your defense. And they've got – and I know people right now think, well, you should hide your offense more. Well, we've been doing this now for 4 years. And they pretty know much. We don't run the exact same plays, but we dress them up, and pretty much people have a good gist of what the Roadrunners are going to try to do.
Well, you know how it is, Jeff. There's got to be an easier way to make a living. I mean, that's the way it goes. And so
talk about sports instead.
Exactly right. So it obviously doesn't get any easier. And I know you guys are banged up. I know you had another injury. I think Trey Moore, the linebacker, was injured. Just checking on his status. And what about Frank Harris? Is it a possibility he could be back in Knoxville?
The good news for both those kids is they're not season-ending injuries, right? So we're going to get them back at some point. Frank is still going to be day to day. It's just a matter of if he's not 100%, I'm not putting him out there. Same with Trey. I mean, Trey's telling me he's going to be ready, and I literally just texted him back. I said, if you're limping, I'm not letting you play. I'm not doing it, and I'm just not going to play kids. There's never really a good time to play a kid that limps, but 2 kids that are so important to our football team for conference play that are also so athletic and fast twitch, I don't want to do anything that might put their careers in danger in any way.
Jeff Traylor joining us here on the Blitz. When you make the decision, especially for a guy like Frank, to be able to go to Knoxville, you play in front of 100,000 people against an SEC team. I know Frank well enough, man. He could lose a leg. He'll cut the toe off, whatever it takes, so he could be out there. How difficult it is for you as a coach if you make the decision not to play him and then have to tell him, dude, you're not playing.
It's one of the worst things ever because I know how competitive he is. If he was 100%, I would do it. I would. But if he's not 100, I'm not doing it. I have played Frank before where he's not 100, but the situation was different. Probably in the bowl game last year, he was 60%. But we knew the season was over after that ball game. We knew we were going to get his surgery. There was no further risk of injury. And so it's not like I've always let Frank play at only 100. We're just at a time of the year right now. I just think you got to be better served to have a big picture view right now, and 100% is the only way I'm putting him out there right now.
We know, Jeff, the way that Eddie Lee played the other night, I mean, I didn't realize, just because we haven't seen much of him, but the kid's got quite the arm on him, and he looked like he had pretty good command of the offense. Does that help in that decision if Frank's not 100%?
Well, you get better by playing. I mean, Frank started for me, I think, like 46 games, so you'll have to see Eddie play very much. He'll continue to get better. We intended on playing Owen McCowan as well, who's also a very good quarterback. We only got 50 snaps. We've been averaging about 90 to 92 snaps this year, but Army had the ball 45 minutes. And understand, we contribute to that on offense. We fumbled the second play of our drive, of the very first drive. So it was the perfect storm, and it's a team game. You know, it's so easy to say, well, the first game, it was Frank Harris's fault, 3 interceptions. Oh, the second game we won because of our defense. The third game we lost because of our defense. Man, if it was that simple, everybody would coach ball and we'd all have, great careers. It's just not that simple. There's a reason it's called the triangle of toughness. All 3 parts had to complement each other, and that's why I'm so frustrated. We've done that so well for 4 years, and right now we just aren't doing a very good job of playing complementary football.
But the good news is, once you get to Temple, you get this week at Tennessee a bye, get those guys healthy, focused, and all the goals are still reachable. One last knucklehead question on your quarterback, Eddie Lee Marburger. Because he was impressive. 17 of 25, 239, 3 touchdowns, couple of nice. Kid throws a nice deep ball. What's his nickname? Do we call him ELM, Elm, Eddie Lee, Eddie, Ed? What's his? I mean, what do you guys call him? What's his nickname? Because I know Frank's got this year, but in the future, we're going to have to figure this out.
Yeah, I call him ELM. I do. I don't know what everybody else calls him. He's a really, really sweet kid. He doesn't talk very much. He smiles a lot. He was an unbelievable high school football player. Go back and watch his video. I mean, he is really electric. I'm happy y'all get to see him. But I also feel good about Owen McCowan. There's 2 of them in there that I think you're going to like. And it's unfair to judge a backup when they have to come in the game, the situation that Eddie's been put in his career. And I was glad y'all got to see, start a game and finish one. I would expect this Saturday, if Frank can't go, you'll see both those quarterbacks out there.
Good deal. Good luck this weekend up there in Knoxville. Go get a nice tea. I think you need it.
Well, appreciate our crowd, man. They were fantastic again on a Friday night. That place was rocking. Very apologetic. I hate it, man. I hate losing at home. It just makes me sick. And really sorry about that. Appreciate it. I promise you we'll work our tails off and get it better. God bless. Birds up.
God bless. Birds up. Jeff Traylor, head coach of the UTSA Roadrunners. Here on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Buyers Barricades provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. Online at buyersbarricades.com. Coming up, we'll get into the NFL. We've got Cowboys to talk about and take your calls. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
Let me tell you about Stevens Roofing, though. I've been talking about them for a long time now, and well, rightly so. I mean, they're a family-owned company, a local company, and they deal with the same crazy weather that you and I have to deal with here in San Antonio and South Texas. And, of course, the summer's been incredibly hot. It's getting cooler, but we're also getting some rain. And if you notice something happening with your roof, or maybe it's just time for a brand new one, you need a reliable roofer that can handle anything that Texas weather has to throw at it. That's Stevens Roofing. They're online at stevensroofing.net, or you can give them a call at 210-785-0994. Doesn't matter what the project is, commercial, residential, metal roof. If you need that, they got it. They can do it. They're licensed by the city of San Antonio, and estimates are always free. So you want to make sure that your roof is safe and secure with Stevens Roofing, your local roofer. 210-785-0994, or you can get them online at stevensroofing.net. But remember, buy local, stay local, trust local with Stevens Roofing.
It's R&R in the morning.
R&R in the morning. We got a doubleheader Monday night football game. We break down both games and all 4 quarterbacks. And at 7, we'll be joined by Fort Worth Star Telegram's own Clarence Hill Jr.
2 Monday night football games, Clarence Hill and college football. Talking Colorado football with Chad Brown. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
2 times the healthy blood pressure support? That's a number to rave about. Thanks to Superbeats Heart Chew's unique 2X ingredient that helps promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than diet and exercise alone. Superbeats is America's #1 selling beet brand and the only #1 cardiologist, doctor, and pharmacist recommended beet brand for heart health support. A clinical study showed that the key ingredient in Superbeats Heart Chews is nearly 2 times more effective at supporting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. And they're part of a brand with over 60,000 5-star ratings and reviews. So double your potential with a special offer exclusively for radio listeners. Get free 30-day supply of Superbeats Heart Chews and 15% off your first order at getsuperbeats.com with code RADIO. That's a free 30-day supply and 15% off for radio listeners only at getsuperbeets.com, code RADIO.
Oh, how great it would feel to have your 20-year-old knees, shoulders, hips, and back.
You know, you don't think about your pains when you're in your 20s or 30s, but you wish you could get that body back when you're in your 60s. I think QC did that for me.
For Patrick, it started with a simple phone call to QC Kinetics.
One day I was driving and I just heard the radio and I pulled over and took the number and I called him when I got home.
Maybe that's you, and you're listening right now. Why wait? QC Kinetics Regenerative Treatments uses your body's own natural biologics to heal and restore damaged tissue without invasive surgery or harmful drugs. And as for the results,
my knees are as good as they were when I was in my 20s. I'm really happy with what happened.
For Patrick, it's like QC Kinetics turned back the clock. Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 210-571-0318. That's 210-571-0318.
Yingling, America's oldest brewery, has been making beer in America for 6 generations. And for nearly 200 years, we've been all about bringing the good times. By hand, by foot, by bike, by bikers, by fanny pack or jetpack, by whatever means necessary. With Yingling Traditional Lager, good times taste even better. Yingling, bring the goods.
Drink responsibly.
Hey, sports fans, this is Ultimate Vegas Insider John Anthony, and I'm on fire. To prove it, I'm releasing your Monday Night Report absolutely free on a recorded message line. Mondays last year, 30-4. That's 88% winners. I'm red hot. Call 1-800-216-6615. Cleveland, Pittsburgh is a lock. Plus the total and base the parlay. 5 big plays, John Anthony has you covered. We go 5-0 the season free. 1-800-216-6615. Information wins. John Anthony Sports, #1 against the spread. I can prove it. Cleveland, Pittsburgh is a monster. Win the side, win the total. Parlays and teasers cash in. A $200 player wins $2,000 tonight. Recorded message, 1-800-216-6615. We go 5-0 the season free. 1-800-216-6615. That's 1-800-216-6615. Or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up autosave in the Chase mobile app. So what are you saving for, Bruce?
Father-daughter soccer camp.
Smart bankers, convenient tools, one bank with the power of both. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Autosave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Klein tools are new at Lowe's, pros. Lowe's knows you want top brands and quality products, and Klein Tools delivers. Right now, get the Klein 3-piece Mod Box mobile workstation for $319.94 and the Klein 5-piece cushion grip screwdriver set for just $34.97, both exclusively at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools, the highest quality tool brand at Lowe's. Because Lowe's knows tools, Lowe's knows pros.
It's the Mike McCarthy Show every Friday morning at 7 and 9 with R&R in the morning.
I'm all about winning. So when it has to do with winning, then it's part of our operation, our messaging, and our outlook.
A look at the Cowboys' upcoming game presented by AA Best Bail Bonds and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This is the War Room on the Blitz.
What the hell's going on out here?
Cowboys, Texans, Eagles, Niners, the NFC East. If they're playing for the Super Bowl, then you'll hear about them right here.
Playoffs? We'll talk about playoffs? You kidding me?
This is the War Room
You want to crown them? Then crown their ass.
on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
They are who we thought they were.
Here's the Blitzes, Jason and Joe.
It is the Blitz, the War Room version, as we get ready for Monday Night Football. It's actually 2 Monday night games tonight, but we're carrying one for you here on 94.1 because carrying 2 would drive everybody nuts. We'll have Pittsburgh and Cleveland, brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager at 6:30.
And that's a big game. I mean, everybody thinks Pittsburgh's going to be something, and I think Cleveland is the dark horse in that division, especially now with Cincinnati going 0-2. The Cleveland Browns have a chance to keep pace with the Baltimore Ravens.
And it really kind of hard to tell what Pittsburgh is this year. I mean, their opener was against San Francisco, and they look like,
yeah.
And so, and again, we all overreact to one game, right? That's part of what we do. The Browns, though, will have Amari Cooper. He was listed as questionable, but according to Shefty, he is going to be active tonight. How good will he be will be the question.
And Deshaun Watson is the guy I want to watch. He had an okay game in their win in week 1. Is he going to get better? Is he going to get back to where he was when he played for the Houston Texans? I think that's what everybody wants to see. Certainly the Cleveland fans want to see that. But he's got an opportunity to lead a pretty good football team and make some noise in that division. And who knows what's going to happen to Cincinnati? Doesn't look like Joe Burrow's going to play in week 3. So you never know. They could be 0-3 before it's all said and done.
And you think about all the different weird stats, 10% chance,
right,
or less than a 10% chance of making the playoffs. The Bengals are the one team that did start 0-2 that made the playoffs. But they just don't look right. And Burrow doesn't look healthy, and he's not getting any healthier. And then you look at the teams that are 2-0 on the season, and 2 games in, I don't even know that I need to duck a homer arrow as I say this, but the 2 best teams in the NFL look like the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah,
and
no
if you're
doubt.
doing power rankings just because they've outscored their opponents 70-10, you have to put the Cowboys number 1.
I think I've seen some power rankings. I think The Athletic had one. That was this morning or yesterday that they had the Cowboys at number 1 in the power rankings. So, look, the Cowboys are playing great football. They've started out the season well. San Francisco struggled a little bit yesterday, but they got the W. So, who knows? We're 2 weeks in. A lot of things can still happen. But if, hindsight's 20/20, right? So, if you're the coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, you could have rested Joe Burrow these first 2 games, have him healthy, you still be 0-2. Jeez.
Just talking with Jeff Traylor, it's hard to bench your quarterback.
Yeah,
even if
is,
he's not. You got to be 100%. What I just heard from Jeff Traylor is Frank isn't playing this week because there's no way he's going to be 100%.
No way at all. And especially with a bye week coming up. I think it's probably a no-brainer. You give Frank a couple more weeks to rest up and get ready to go. And yeah, but it's just so interesting. And you're right. I mean, and what Jeff said is right. And I know he was sad that he said, there's got to be a better way to make a living. Man, being a head coach of a football team at whatever level, it's got to be one of the toughest jobs there is.
There is a better way to make a living. Probably doesn't pay as well.
Probably not.
When you win, you're a hero. And when you don't win, everybody's calling for your job.
Yep.
Which is part of the reason why they get paid what they do, because the shelf life of the job isn't very long.
That's
right?
absolutely true, man.
I mean, ask Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah.
Last week he was fired. This week, all right, man.
We'll see what happens.
We'll give you another year.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's coaching. You look at Mike McCarthy starting to get a lot of credit from some in the national media that questioned his plan to take over as the play caller. First game, we couldn't really learn much.
No.
Second game, obviously red zone is an issue, and those are problems that I think Mike McCarthy is good with. When you win a game 30-10,
he's fine.
Have they lost that game 34-30, kicking 5 field goals? It's a completely different conversation. But what you really saw from the Dallas Cowboys, and I credit you, Joe Reinagle, for this. All last week, you kept saying you wanted to see the Cowboys get the opening possession. Generally speaking, if the Cowboys win the toss, they defer.
Most teams do,
and
right?
go defense. So you were actually hoping that the Jets would win the toss and defer, so the Cowboys would go on offense first. But when you look at the Cowboys, not only did they win the toss, they wanted the ball.
Well, it's just like anything. The coin toss is a decision that is part of the game management, how you feel the offense lines up against their defense and vice versa. So we just really wanted to get going today, and that first drive, we put a lot of work in the start of the game, and so we just wanted to try to get out in front was the outlook.
Well, and they did. They did. They absolutely did. They drove the ball down the field, scored a touchdown. I think I think Mike McCarthy wanted to do that because of what happened against the Giants, because they weren't able to do a whole heck of a lot. Get out there, see what you got, call a play and drive down the field, and he did that. I have a feeling if that happens again and they win the toss, they're going to stick that defense out there first and let them go to work.
But the idea of this Cowboys offense really seems to be build the lead and let the defense tee off. I mean, even Dak Prescott said that after the game.
Going out there, knowing that we can go get 7 points, we can be successful in our first drive and allow the defense to play with a lead. I mean, just back-to-back weeks now, you see when we get a couple of score lead, how tough it is on the other team, making them one-dimensional. Then our guys can go behind as the pass rushers, and just sets up the way that exactly how we want to play. So it's just fitting.
Yeah, it's fit. Well, and if you got a defense like they've got, why not? I mean, those guys are good until somebody figures them out. And I don't think the next 2 weeks are going to figure out that Cowboy defense. I mean, Arizona or New England, especially that New England game being back at Jerry World. But then you're going to get into a tougher, meatier part of the schedule, and that's when you're going to have to that's where we'll see where the rubber meets the road, as they say.
I know it's I don't want to say nitpicky. 5 field goals in a game is never acceptable, right? But when you win 30-10, you feel like you're nitpicking a team. Dak Prescott was 31 of 38 for 255 yards.
It's pretty good.
No interceptions, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
The Cowboys ran the ball for 134 yards on 44 total carries. Tony Pollard, 25 carries for 72 yards.
I love that stat just for the fact that everybody was curious about, can Tony Pollard handle a big load? Well, at least in week 2, he handled a pretty good sized load
against a very good New York Jets defense. A hard-hitting defense that is hard to run on. I mean, the way they were designed, very similar to the Cowboys. They've got a great secondary. I know you see the stats floating around on the CeeDee Lamb, avoiding Sauce Gardner, and but the Cowboys offense, I don't know that they were trying to avoid them, but they put CeeDee in motion a lot, and it worked. The one time he was matched up with Sauce where there was a target, Sauce got the pass breakup. So credit the Cowboys for saying, all right, CeeDee Lamb had 11 catches. So give the Cowboys credit for creating mismatches and taking advantage of it.
143 yards. CeeDee Lamb did a good job, and that's another guy that you want to see take over. The big question, can he be the number one guy? Well, he's showing that he can be. And because and look, I don't want to throw a wet blanket on it, but say, well, I'm just a Cowboy hater. I'm not. But you look at the rest of the receiving core, CeeDee Lamb was really all you had. And Brandon Cooks obviously hurt. Don't know when he's coming back. That will help. But I get nervous for a guy like Michael Gallup. Where is this guy gone?
Milk carton.
I mean, he's non-existent. And that's got to be a concern moving forward, especially when you play some of these tougher teams.
With no Brandon Cooks, I thought this could be the Michael Gallup game.
Yeah.
Now, it might be when we hear from the coaches throughout the week and, all the different people that break down the film from the All-22 and whatnot, it might be because CeeDee Lamb was going in motion so much. Michael Gallup had the one-on-one coverage with Sauce Gardner, and you're staying away from that.
Yeah, that's very possible.
So he probably did his job well in making sure that Sauce Gardner was not a factor in the game. Maybe. I have no idea, but I expected more from a Michael Gallup. But when you look at Tony Pollard, not only did he have 25 carries, he had 7 catches, was targeted 8 times. I mean, so you take the 72 rushing yards and 37 receiving yards. The guy had a hell of a game, 32 touches on the day.
Pollard looks good.
Yes.
And he looked good yesterday. He looked very good. But I think you see how they're going to use him. I mean, you talk about Deuce Vaughn getting him out in space. You want to do the same thing with Tony Pollard because this guy's quick, he's elusive, and he can get out and get it done. Cowboys looked great yesterday. I wish Aaron Rodgers would have played. You had that whole matchup. He didn't, so it's unfortunate. But Cowboys are good. They're going to be a force. There's no question about it. I can't even deny it, Jason.
70 points in 2 games. It almost doesn't matter who you're playing. It's still in the NFL. And when you look at the other games in the NFL yesterday, you didn't see crazy blowouts like what you saw with the Cowboys. Aside from the Bills' 38-10 win over the Raiders, just about every other game was a good, close, decent game, and a lot that went down to the wire. Now, one game that wasn't close, or the final score was closer than the game was down in Houston, the Colts and the Texans. 31-20 the final there. The Texans did score 10 fourth-quarter points to make it respectable. The Colts laid the wood to Houston.
Oh, they did. They did. And Gardner Minshew did a lot of that when Richardson went out with his concussion. The one bright spot, though, is C.J. Stroud. 384 yards, 30 of 47 passing. It looks like this kid, the moment's not too big for him. And, he just needs some help around him.
He does. And for him to have, with that offensive line, those kind of passing numbers is impressive. They couldn't run the ball either against the Colts, but they had to abandon the run and basically go. And they look like they have a rookie play caller as well, along with the rookie quarterback. Sacked, 7 times?
7
Felt
times.
like 17.
Jeez.
But I tell you what, I think C.J. Stroud is going to be okay. And hearing his interviews, he's understanding of the situation. He has mastered the cliche handbook for post-game interviews.
No one said it was going to be easy. You know what I mean? Like, I think the hope that we brought the city from the draft and from off-season moves and everything, like, it got the buzz going. And I think that was great. And I think it should continue because this team we're a couple plays away, man, from winning a lot of games here. And I don't think that it should be easy. We got to go out there and fight and win one play at a time. I think on offense, we just too many negative plays. We had a lot of positive plays, but those 1 to 2 little negative plays in drive, those are drive killers, man. And I got to be more accurate. I got to do more to make the pocket right. But one thing I think we've shown, we're going to fight, even if it's not pretty.
Yeah, well, they are. I'm impressed with him. Bryce Young, I want to see him play and develop and see how these 2 young men get it going. It's unfortunate for a guy like Richardson who runs with the ball a lot. He's concussed yesterday. That's your fear, right? Yep. With your franchise quarterback, you get him out there. And Lamar, that's what makes Lamar Jackson so impressive because he does it without getting pounded. And so hopefully Anthony Richardson can learn a little bit from Lamar Jackson.
What was your favorite game of the day yesterday?
Well, I enjoyed the Washington game with Denver, the comeback there. The Titans game was good. They came back, sent that thing into overtime. There were a lot of good games. I mean, there really were a lot of good games. The Seattle-Detroit game was good.
That goes to overtime. Seattle gets a win. And after Seattle lost their home opener badly, you wondered what was going to happen to the Seahawks. That was a nice rebound game for Geno Smith and Tyler Lockett with 2 touchdowns. And it was also a game that provided one of the funnier moments of the weekend.
Intentional grounding, offense number 7. It's a 10-yard penalty.
I'm talking to America here. Excuse me. 10-yard penalty and a loss of
That was great. So Geno Smith trying to argue with the ref, like, dude, Mike is hot. I'm talking to America. Walk away. The penalty is there. That was great.
That was fantastic. And you see the video, you see Geno, he's got his arms out, and he's just going to town, and the guy just calmly looks at him. I'm talking to America right now. Yeah, the officials can be funny. You remember the guy he was trying to describe the play through a play. This is back, gosh, I want to say in the 90s. And he said he's giving him the business. And no clue what that means.
I'm not sure if that's in the rule book, but we didn't like it, so we threw a flag. That was good. I thought the Falcons win over the Green Bay Packers was impressive. Being at Jerry World early, you're kind of like I was yesterday, limited to the games you're able to watch. And the Green Bay Atlanta game was the early game that was on television in Dallas on the TV that you can hook up in the parking lot at the tailgate party. And man, that one looked like that was a wild game. Green Bay plus 1.5. They end up losing 25-24. I was pretty happy about that.
So they covered. That's all that matters, right? Well, and then the strangest game of the day was that Rams-Niners game where the Rams kick a field goal with 4 seconds left. They were down by 10.
Well, the kicker needed work.
What is it? Conspiracy, UFOs, aliens.
What was the line on that?
It was like 8, 7.5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so, all over socials this morning, that's what everybody's like, oh, yeah, look at this. It just proves that Vegas is in bed with the NFL.
Kickers need work too.
Yeah, they do.
It's only a 1-score loss for Sean McVay. That looks better than a 10-point loss.
Jeez.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see his spin on that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Over the next week, how that actually played out. Thursday night, we'll start week 3 preparations with a nice little pregame party over at Cigars International with our friends from Flight by Yingling. So it's San Francisco and the New York Giants on Thursday night football. And we're going to Cigars International. Flight by Yingling will have prizes to give away every hour. Plus, you can register to win tickets to that big game that they have at the State Fair every year inside the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, I hear that's a really big game.
It really is. Although, because we can't legally say what game, like who's playing in the orange, you're probably going to want to stop by Cigars International to try to win tickets to this.
I can't imagine anybody's going to wear red. Or do they call it red?
I think they say crimson and cream or
whatever
something,
it is.
Something
either
dumb.
way, stop by and register to win State Fair stuff.
Yeah, you get tickets to the State Fair and a football game at the Cotton Bowl.
Exactly.
Yeah, Cigars International this Thursday with our friends at Flight by Yingling. Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joins us next, right after Sports Center, to talk about that Cowboys win yesterday at Jerry World. Nobody ever plans on getting arrested, but it does happen to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons. If you get arrested, you want to get out of jail fast, the best way to do that is to call my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747, or you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds, because nobody beats their price. They offer payment plans, a free shuttle service. They're discreet and confidential and open 24/7 with offices all over San Antonio and Texas, services nationwide. If you're up in Dallas, down in Corpus, anywhere in between, license number 149, call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online, mybestbailbonds.com.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/win and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/win. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
Must be present in a state where lawful to wager, must be 21 plus and present in select states. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG. Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, and Virginia. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona. 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana. 1-800-522-4700 or visit KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia or call 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming. Hope is here. Visit gamblinghelpma.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts or call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York.
MVP's bonus days are back at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools and get 5 times the bonus points. Plus, right now, buy a DeWalt Power Stack battery kit and get a select DeWalt Bear tool free, up to a $249 value. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid 9/18 through 9/29. Subject to change. DeWalt offer valid through 10/11.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. Pick up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your face. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Experience first-class service at Mercedes-Benz of San Antonio. Shop incredible offers on a large inventory of new and slightly pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, like newly stocked certified 2023 C300 sedans at only $49,991. Plus, see our available low interest rates at mbofsa.com. That's newly stocked certified 2023 C300s for $91. Experience the Mercedes-Benz of San Antonio difference today on San Pedro Avenue. For complete offer details, visit mbofsa.com.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Your home for the Cowboys.
Touchdown all the way, runs it in for the touchdown.
This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM Floresville. San Antonio's Sports Center.
It's the big breaking news of the day. Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs quarterback, well, he's got a new contract. Gives him $210 million, little over that, from 2023 to 2026. Makes him the highest paid player in a 4-year span. And we got Monday Night Football tonight, a couple of games. The Carolina Panthers host the New Orleans Saints, while the Steelers, they play host to the Cleveland Browns. You can hear that game right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star beginning at 6:30.
This is the War Room on the Blitz.
What the hell's going on out here?
Cowboys, Texans, Eagles, Niners, the NFC East. If they're playing for the Super Bowl, then you'll hear about them right here.
Playoffs? We'll talk about playoffs? You kidding me?
This is the War Room
You want to crown them? Then crown their ass.
on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
They are who we thought they were.
Here's the Blitzes, Jason and Joe.
It is the Blitz 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minnick. 6:30, we go to our Monday Night Football coverage. We'll have Cleveland and Pittsburgh, brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager. Let's talk about the Cowboys and that big win yesterday, 30-10. Our good buddy Clarence Hill from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us on the Buyers Barricades guest line. 30-10. Everybody wants to talk about 5 field goals in the red zone offense, Clarence.
I mean, do we have to nitpick something, right? you got to nitpick something. It is crazy. I would say this. In Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott, everybody wants to score touchdowns every time you get close. But what the Cowboys did on offense, against that Jets defense, and people act like that's just so easy. People are dismissing how good the Jets defense is because the Cowboys look so good. But that's the same Jets defense that dominated Buffalo last week. Got 4 turnovers, 3 interceptions off of Josh Allen, who is considered a pretty good quarterback. Some people think he's better than that, but he's also been turnover prone. But what they did offensively against that defense, yeah, they should score. They want to score. But that Jets defense has Pro Bowl level playmakers on every level. That defensive line is one of the best defensive lines in the league. They won't face too many defensive lines as good in the scout as that Jets defensive line. And so, yeah, they had struggles in the red zone. That Jets defense is pretty good. They also were doing it with that offensive line that was a mismatch. You already were out Tyler Smith. Chuma Doga goes out. Zach Martin was in and out. So they had some offensive line issues with a young offensive line, trying to push down close against a tough Jets defense. So yeah, let's bemoan, let's belittle, let's be frustrated with the field goals, but don't forget the big picture, how great that offense looked, how it moved up and down the field. You're talking about 44 rushes, 38 passes. Dak Prescott only had 7 passes to hit the ground. No turnovers. What do you say about that?
Well, we have to have something to nitpick about, Clarence. That's our job. I mean, if I just got on the air today and said, hey, man, the Cowboys look great, back to you, it wouldn't be a very good show, would it?
I know it wouldn't. And so here we are. It's funny because I've been, I was arguing with Calvin Walker of Dallas Morning News and on Dak's performance. And, he gave Dak a B.
What?
And I'm thinking, got an A. How do you give him a B? Well, he missed the one pass in the end zone, and so he has to go 38 for 38 against that Jets defense to get an A.
Well, Calvin's a tough grader, apparently.
No kidding.
It's ridiculous, but let's talk about that offense. I mean, from for them to Mike McCarthy's guy that likes to defer. Okay, he likes to put his defense on the field. They got one of the best defenses in the league, right? They took the ball. They won the coin flip and said, we're taking the ball and we're going to run it, stuff it right down the Jets' throats. I mean, that just tells you how excited they were to show you their new offense and the toys that they were going to play with and tinker with and how we're going to run this thing. And Dak Prescott opened 13 for 13. Matt McCarthy's script to open the game was perfect. Go down the field against the Jets and score. I mean, we talk so much in training camp. You guys were training about the new offense. Mike McCarthy as a play caller. You saw some of the things that they want to do on offense.
Incredible opening drive. And honestly, I mean, and I'm with you, 31-38, 255, no interceptions. You ran the ball well. Tony Pollard with 32 total touches, rushing and receiving. It was fantastic, except finish in the red zone, get touchdowns instead of field goals as we visit with Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. The one guy that I'm starting to worry about on the offensive side, and I'm the idiot who said, all right, no Brandon Cooks, I'm going to put Michael Gallup into my fantasy starting lineup. That dude is still on a milk carton. What is going on with Michael Gallup in this offense?
I would say this, and I don't think Michael Gallup was ever as good as we tried to make him out to be a couple of years ago. but there is still something going on here. I remember a couple years ago, they got 3 number 1 receivers. They got Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. We love Michael. Great story, great kid, but he was never a number 1. And I think that part of it is the offense too. This offense is about quick passes. I mean, he's a long stride. He's a down the field guy. I mean, I don't know if he fits with what they're trying to do as much as he did in the other offense that like to go vertical more, But Mike McCarthy talked about it today. They want to get Michael Gallup more involved. They will probably do some things to get him more involved. They need him. To me, he's a guy who can be an answer in the red zone because he can catch the fade and do some jump ball things. I think that's another issue to me in the red zone is you really don't have a red zone threat. You don't have a Des Bryant. You don't have a Gronk type guy. None of the tight ends are really guys who are mismatches down there. Everything has to be schemed and perfect. And you don't have Zeke. I mean, let's talk about that. That's one reason why people thought, well, let's keep Zeke because you can say what you want about his yards per carry, but he had 12 rushing touchdowns as a nose for the end zone. He's a great red zone option, to help you punch it in like that down there with Pollard and some of the guys couldn't do the other day. But yeah, they're focused. They want to get Gallup more involved, but I don't know if Gallup is ever going to be what we thought he was or thought he had the potential to be here in this offense. And considering his contract, this might be his last year in Dallas.
Okay, Clarence, I got to ask you this, too. Speaking of the red zone, Jason and I have been talking about this all day. I thought Mike McCarthy called a pretty good game, except for the so-called reverse with Peyton Hendershot.
Yeah, he talked about that today, and certainly the reverse, the line, the safety, they had it was running to the wrong defense. They could still score on that, but he was upset about that, and the decision to make that call. He thought he rushed the call, and they probably wouldn't have done that based on the defense the Jets played. But yeah, and he would have rather done it down closer than where they were. But yeah, I don't need to see Peyton Hendershot on the reverse. I don't need to see a tight end reverse near the goal line. I mean, if the back skin, I want to see. I mean, again, that's where you a Dak bootleg. Let Dak, get close and do the, what the Eagles do so well with their quarterback. He's a strong guy, but they got to find some answers down there. Again, I think that when Tyler Smith should play this week, when you have your full strength up front, you can have more success with the push, and certainly opening some holes down there. But hey, how about this? I remember when we were all worried about Tyron Smith in training camp because he was getting embarrassed by one Micah Parsons.
Uh-huh.
Have we noticed anybody embarrassing Tyler Smith in the first 2 games of the season?
No.
Yeah, I'm just saying, so he's still pretty good, huh?
Yeah, he's still pretty good. But
so his only negative is, like everybody's negative, he can't do that with Micah Parsons.
Well,
but he's still okay. The old man can still.
The defense getting so many headlines, and they should. And obviously, the game lost a little bit of shine 4 plays into last Monday's game when Aaron Rodgers got hurt. But that defense, as good as they are, as great as they are, the one flaw is stopping the run. And that was not an issue yesterday. The fact that the Jets only ran the ball 16 times, and 5 of those were scrambles by Zach Wilson. Breece Hall, 4 carries. Dalvin Cook, 4 carries. Is that an indictment on the Jets play calling or the Cowboys defense so good stopping the run that they knew they couldn't run the ball even if they tried?
Well, here's the 2 things that are at work here. The Cowboys had the ball most of the game. They didn't run a lot of plays. I think that affected it. And I saw Breece Hall crying about not getting enough carries. The Cowboys discouraged him by what they did to him when he did get carries. I mean, when Cooks did get carries, they did nothing with it. They did nothing to help sustain drives. And so, I mean, certainly you would think coming in they were going to try to run the ball and force the ball down the Cowboys' throats and probably take some pressure off the quarterback. But when they did run it, they got nothing, and then they got behind, and then they had to do what they had to do. But give the Cowboys defense credit because so much talk about I know Bart Scott. He was on TV last week with ESPN, and he's a big-time Cowboys hater, but he's a former Jet, and he said, we're going to run the ball right at the Cowboys. He predicted that the Jets were going to rush for 200 yards on the ground. Okay, and he said they're going to run the ball right at Micah Parsons. Well, every time they ran the ball right at Micah Parsons, he was tackling for a loss or taking their cornbread and ripping the ball away.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's one. I mean, Micah Parsons has really improved as a total football player. There's one thing that we talked to Mike McCarthy about. I mean, certainly his MVP, his Defensive Player of the Year campaign is off to a rousing start. But I think the guy should start getting consideration if he continues this for MVP, like Lawrence Taylor. I mean, he's having that type of impact on his defense, has that type of impact on his football. He's the best player on this football team. His personality, his will, everything about it. He's truly the straw that stirs the drink for the Cowboys right now, and he's off to a phenomenal start. Dan Quinn said he's better than he was the first 2 years. He's stronger. He knows the game better. He knows how to pass rush better, and he was pretty good the first 2 years. He's so much better all around, and so I think part of that they discouraged the Jets from running the ball. Yeah, theoretically, they should run the ball more. But you watch the game, and Breece Hall and Cook did nothing when they had the opportunity to run the ball.
100% agree.
Yeah.
It was a wild game to be at. That is for sure. Clarence Hill from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Always appreciate the time. I know you got to get up early tomorrow with Rob and Rudy. That'll be fun.
That'll be fun. I'm going to get my good beauty rest tonight and be ready and bright and early and have some coffee, and I'll be excited.
Good stuff. Clarence Hill from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. As we continue here on the Blitz War Room, getting you ready for Monday Night Football. We talked with Kevin Harlan last week.
Yeah.
He had some interesting things to say about tonight's matchup between Tennessee and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and let me tell you about Woods Comfort Systems. The weather's starting to get cooler, although it's still a little bit hot out there, but now is the perfect time. If you've been thinking about getting a new energy-efficient AC system for your home, now's the time to do it, because Woods Comfort Systems, well, they're going to let you take advantage of up to $3,700 in rebates and tax credits. Plus, Woods is going to throw in a free smart thermostat, a free 12-year parts and labor warranty, a free MERV 11 media filter, and you're going to get a free Solaris indoor air quality package as well. Look, this kind of special is not going to last long, so I want you to write this number down, call for details, or to schedule a visit with one of Woods' home comfort advisors. The number to call, 512-842-5066. 512-842-5066. Look, I know the Woods family. I've known them most all of my life. Grew up with the Woods family in my hometown of Alice, Texas. They know what they're doing, and they're good people. They're going to take care of you. Give them a call. You'll be happy you did. 512-842-5066 or visit woodscomfortsystems.com.
Check out the Jim Rome Show, weekdays at noon.
If you're San Antonio, there are benefits that come along with it. I will cut you to the front of the line. We're going to hike the return.
On 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Exergen thermometers are proven to be more accurate than non-contact thermometers. With children back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Clinical studies have proven that non-contact thermometers are inaccurate and can miss fevers. Accuracy matters. That's why the Exergen thermometer is trusted and used by medical professionals. Exergen thermometers are available at Walgreens and other participating retailers. Choose a trusted and accurate thermometer for personal use. Learn more about why accuracy matters at Exergen.com.
I was crossing the street when I met the love of my life. I chased after her. Nothing would stand in my way. Not the dog walker, nor the hot dog vendor. Finally reaching her, I asked, "What do you call that amazing smell?"
It's Gain Flings.
Gain Flings. My love had a name, but more importantly, it had a scent.
Fall in love with Gain Flings. Seriously good scent. Gain Flings with 50% more freshness ingredients versus leading bargain detergent.
Mother's Window Tint, your car stereo and auto security headquarters, has a smoking hot deal. Purchase any Mother's Window Tint, car stereo, remote start, or car alarm and get a 1 month free membership to the CFL Smoke Shop's private Amsterdam Club, located next to Mother's on 281 North. Enjoy your gummies in comfort while you get your windows tinted with any one of our high quality, fully guaranteed films to stop the blatant blazing hot summer sun from burning up you and your car's interior. MothersWindowTint.com with stores in San Antonio and Austin. Follow us on Facebook. Add a professional layer of security to your car with our remote start car alarm combo. Make your car go thump, thump, thump. Mother thump with one of our subwoofers, stereos, backup cameras, name brands, and expert installation. Remember, do it at Mothers and save.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means, wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Exergen thermometers are the smart choice when selecting a thermometer. With children back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Got a fever? Stay home. To detect fever accurately at home, you need a clinically accurate, fast, and non-invasive thermometer. The Exergen thermometer is backed by over 100 clinical studies. Accuracy matters. Be smart and safe. Measure accurately with Exergen thermometers. Available at Walgreens. Learn more at Exergen.com.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connection to trained counselors. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. The Lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship and is now accessible through Tax Help USA. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. For this free information, call 800-251-1413. 800-251-1413. That's 800-251-1413.
Hello, my name is Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney and owner of the Thompson Law Firm right here in San Antonio. In the short amount of time I have to talk to you, I want you to remember two things. First, if you or a family member is injured in an auto collision, remember, you need to call an attorney as soon as you can after the collision. I don't have enough time to tell you the many, many reasons why, but trust me, the earlier you contact an attorney, the better. Second, when you call is as important as who you call. I want you to call me, Jason Thompson, at 210-900-0400. I've been representing people injured in motor vehicle and trucking collisions for 28 years. Each placed their trust in me to do everything it takes to attain a just and fair recovery and to get honest, trustworthy legal advice. You can trust me to do the same for you. If you or a family member has been injured in an auto collision, call me, Jason Thompson. My number is 210-900-0400 or at my website, alawyerforus.com.
This
Call the plays, all right? We gotta run the ball. When we pass, watch. We'll run the ball.
Here's Jason and Joe.
Yeah, we go long on Monday nights.
Yeah, we do.
Apparently, I forgot to tell my wife because she's calling me right now.
Like, where the hell are you?
Exactly.
Dinner's ready.
It ain't ready yet. So who's picking up dinner? It's Monday. It is the Blitz War Room. We go till 6:30, leading in to Monday Night Football. It's one of those Monday nights that we have two games.
Yeah.
Saints and Panthers have just started. That game on ESPN television. Later tonight on TV, you'll have Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and on the radio here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. But I want to get back and stay with the Cowboys for a minute because you just found some audio, Joe, with Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
He was on with Colin Cowherd. And as much as none of us are happy with seeing 5 field goals, and I'm sure Mike McCarthy would much rather have touchdowns than field goals.
Absolutely.
The idea that you're ending drives with points and the way he was calling plays, Jimmy Johnson on Colin Cowherd said he was a fan of it.
It's as good as I've seen in a long time, and they really play to their offense. I think with McCarthy calling plays now, he understands how good that defense is. And so if they just won't turn it over offensively, and if they're efficient offensively, run the football, have some balance, take advantage of field position, that defense can win a lot of games and maybe win every game. Colin, I think there are probably 3 or 4 teams just as talented in the league, but I don't see anybody playing any better on Sunday than the Cowboys.
You know, and that's absolutely true. And it's something that Clarence Hill told us when he joined us a few minutes ago right here on the War Room, that Micah Parsons is the heart and soul of that defense. I mean, he is the straw that stirs the drink. And that's a direct quote from Clarence Hill, the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. So, and I agree with that. That guy just makes everybody else better on the defensive side of the football.
And then you kind of look at the whole, you're settling for field goals. But what Mike McCarthy talked all offseason, you know, because they ran the ball well last year with Kellen Moore, but it was situational running that Mike McCarthy was more concerned with. All right, I got 3, but I can take 2 more minutes off the clock right now with these run plays. Instead of stopping the clock, having incomplete passes, you risk an interception, you risk a turnover. You know, those threes all add up.
Oh, yeah.
We'll bitch about them.
Of course we will.
Because nobody wants to see field goals except Brandon Aubrey's mom. But it is interesting to hear that from Jimmy Johnson, who at times can be overly critical of Jerry Jones's team.
Well, I guess the best news there for Cowboy fan and for Mike McCarthy, not that he really necessarily cares what Jimmy Johnson thinks, is that Jimmy Johnson was a fan of his play calling. And looking at it, watching it yesterday, I have to say I was too. Like I say, we can nitpick a few plays that were kind of like, what are you doing there? But it wasn't bad. They just need to. Clarence, again, I want to go back to him, brought up a great point. Do they have that guy? Is Rico Dowdle that guy? Is it Tony Pollard, that guy down in the red zone? I mean, who is that guy? And I think that's who they've got to find.
Early in the game, I was thinking Tony Pollard is not that guy because, you know, they brought in Turpin to run the jet sweep. Right. You see Turpin, you know what's coming. You know, they had that weird play with Hendershot.
Yes.
But late in the game, they did give it to Pollard on the goal line. He got the tough yards and forced his way into the end zone. It got wiped out because of penalty, but he showed he could run between the tackles down there. And that's when there was all kinds of offensive line injury. So maybe, but yeah, I mean, it's like Ronald Jones released today by the Dallas Cowboys. No surprise, but we said all offseason that, you know, the Cowboys' extra running back isn't on the roster. I'm surprised what they're doing with Deuce Vaughn. I don't think they're going to go get somebody, but they've got to become more efficient in the red zone because the play calling I thought was good for the situation yesterday. You had the big lead, you ran the ball, you used clock, you shortened the game. That's the design. We still haven't seen them tested. What is Mike McCarthy's play calling in a 17-14, 21-24, you've got to go win this, or you need first downs here to put this game away? We still haven't seen that.
No, we haven't seen that. And not that you can take for granted any team, but we probably won't see that next week either. Look, Arizona's Arizona. Although they've played the first 2 games pretty well and surprised some people. They actually blew that game against the Giants yesterday. But it's going to be interesting as they move forward because you got to figure that McCarthy's going to get better at this. Not that he's not, but with the Cowboys and getting into that system, and everybody else is going to get used to that as well. So it's going to be an interesting season. But you know, that first game against Philly, the first game against San Francisco, you know, when they play Miami, those are the games I'm really wanting to see how this thing progresses, and that's when you can tell what the Cowboys are going to be and how likely they are to be in Vegas in February.
Again, 31-38 passing, 44 run plays. That opening drive was special.
It was.
But that's scripted. He even said, we put a lot of work into that opening drive. Cool. I'm glad you did that. And it worked. Situational football. It's late second quarter. It's somewhere in the second half where now you're trying to get into a play calling rhythm and call the right play at the right time. Not what you scripted, right? But that's I think, when we'll really find out. 2 weeks in, we have an idea, but we still don't have a clue what the play calling is really like with Mike McCarthy. And a big part of yesterday was they built the early lead and relied on their defense. And I think that's the formula for this year. The Panthers off to a pretty good start on their first drive. Their first scripted plays are looking pretty good as they've moved the ball over midfield against the Saints after the Saints had to punt it on their first possession. It's one of those Monday night doubleheader kind of days. Coming up, we'll have here on 94.1 Pittsburgh against Cleveland, brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager. And you'll get to hear the great voice of Kevin Harlan coming through those big speakers on 94.1 FM. We had Kevin on the Blitz last week, and I think he's fantastic.
He's the best.
His thoughts coming into tonight's game, as we talk about still not trying to know much about these teams. And again, we talked to him last week, so we didn't know Cincinnati was going to be 0-2 at this point. But neither one of these teams we don't really know much about. The Browns beat a Bengals team that had been struggling. This is where we play the Kevin Harlan sound. Like literally, we play the Kevin Harlan sound.
He was great.
Yeah, he was.
He was great. It was fantastic, and it's the only way that he can do it. But he just basically, we talked to him about Pittsburgh, because coming into that first game, I really thought that Pittsburgh would be better, and people were talking them up, and then San Francisco just, stomps them. But it's San Francisco, so I'm anxious to see how they play against a division rival, Cleveland, or big rivals, right? Cleveland, Pittsburgh. So I'm anxious to see that game tonight.
Amari Cooper is active for tonight's game. There were some questions there. Yeah.
He's got a sore groin.
That could be a problem. That could
Maybe
be a problem.
After the game, that's a problem. I don't know.
That could be a problem. Although it's probably too late to make fantasy adjustments.
Yeah, it is.
Unless you've got another random Cleveland receiver that you can go to. Cleveland and Pittsburgh coming up next here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager. Rob and Rudy will have all the reaction from both Monday night games tonight, tomorrow morning from 6 to 10. The Blitz back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. We'll talk a little boxing as well. Mario Barrios will join us tomorrow. And Indy Kalu and Shireen Williams.
It's The Blitz with Jason and Joe. Follow Jason at Jason Menace and Joe